Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold? Or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl, and despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, viewers, Arvanauts, everyone, to Day 38 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War. We are in the middle of Season 3, and this is Part 2 of Lord Bucket, which I think is also Part 2, if I'm not mistaken, of Season 3. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to what I expect to be a really fun session today with a lot of twists and turns and odds and ends and all that kind of good stuff. And I hope you are as excited as I am for that. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please spread the word about the show. First of all, this is something I need to make sure that I push more of, which is right as we get started, please tweet things out. Please let people know, social networks, tell everyone, hey, the show's going, come over and check it out while you can. Please let people know. That would be much appreciated. And beyond that, on the channel itself, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is our merchandise area where you can get, in fact, the shirts that we have right now Thank you for the follow, Zillamask, where you can get the shirts that we have right now that several of us, including myself, are wearing today, which are the new D&D with INB Oracle of War shirts that we have on the merchandise area. So if you want to get your copy of this or want to get a mug or a throw pillow or something like that with this awesome logo, you can go do that with !ARV shop. !ARV Treon is the Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel. I have updated and refreshed a few things. We've got more refreshing of that to do, but I have added a new Patreon introduction video this morning. Also updated some of the language in terms of introducing what the Patreon is and all that other kind of stuff. I made a couple of other adjustments today, too, on the YouTube channel and things. So all of that is stuff that you can support by getting onto the Patreon. Cool stuff for you individually and cool stuff for the channel as a whole as we move towards various channel goals. I should also mention while I'm talking about that, that you can also get inspirations to help our players with all of our tabletop campaigns, and you can get that if you support at a high enough tier. While I'm on the subject of that, if you're able to support by subbing or resubbing to the channel, that is also appreciated, and you can also get inspirations to help our players by doing that. Again, also with those custom sub badges and emotes and things like that here, which you can use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. So please consider jumping on board to do that. That is the sub stuff. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Greyshade for my IBPA Silver Medal Award winning novel Greyshade, which came out last year. It just won that award last month. That is available to us, and you can order that book right now. You can also pre-order Renegade, which is the sequel that's coming out next month, and the final book in the series, Heretic, which will be coming out next year. Also, the tabletop role-playing game done by a certain Brandon O'Brien, who you may get to see more of in just a little bit. That's coming up at the end of the year, so you can pre-order that, and you can also get the audiobook from Trent Sparks, which is an audiobook that is Trent Sparks is someone you will also perhaps get to see a little bit more of in just a bit as well. That is available right now. Also, thank you for those of you who have left a couple of extra reviews for Greyshade on Amazon. Please, more of you, if you liked Greyshade and read it, please do the same thing. If you can leave reviews and or ratings, that really does help the algorithm so that we can sort of pop up the notice for Amazon. We're really trying to push that in advance for the Renegade release next month. So you don't have to do any kind of formal sort of review, just to kind of, I love this and talk to my friend about it, or even if you were talking to your friend, this is what I think is really awesome about that book. That's the biggest thing that I could ask. So if you can do that, that would be lovely and much appreciated. So thank you for anything you can do in that score. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And we send the message that will support not only them, but others who may be in this situation in the future. Quick note about schedule. Today we have got Eberron, of course. Tomorrow, we will have tomorrow night a special bonus Speculate stream featuring the Strange Friends. So that is going to be happening tomorrow night, which is really exciting. We'll be off on Monday. Tuesday, we'll be back with Jedi Survivor. And then in the afternoon, it will be Talisman Adventures on GOG's Twitch channel as part of my Pen and Pixel show. Then Wednesday, Thursday off. And then Friday will be Valorword, as I will be back in the player role for that, playing Karevis D'Orencio. Saturday, I will be off, but we may have content on the channel. We're going to confirm that within the next couple of days and post that. So you're going to have some cool stuff. Then I'm going to be in Seattle for a couple of weeks, but I'll be able to stream remotely using the power of ARVBox 2.0. So that's what we got going on. But tonight, it's some Eberron time. And so I'm going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly for whoever I'm interrupting because I can't hear them. And then I'm going
Brandon,
to
give us a minute. Just give us a minute.
Now I can hear them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to swing over there. And it's always a good sign, he said doubtfully, when everyone's laughing before the stream starts. That could mean either everyone's in a good mood or we've got the perfect plan. I don't know. It could be either of those things.
Or both.
Or both.
And why not both?
Why not both? You can see this amazing crew of people as part of the longest running campaign based on Infinity and Beyond, with all of the different adventures that we've done. But I do want to point out we've been playing this for about a year and a half, closing in on a year and 3/4. And we're almost up to level 10, and that's fairly decent progress. So it's not like, considering we're growing up to level 20 in the end, that's fairly good progress. And they've made a lot of change, y'all, in Eberron. There's been a lot of things that have changed and more to come. So I will start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the Ziggurat, someone who is a good friend, a wonderful voice actor and narrator, an exceptional role player, and is dead wrong about Star Citizen. But that's okay. And so I'm happy to have with us Trent Sparks here. Trent, it's good to see you. How's life in the universe with you, sir?
First of all, I need to catch up on something from before you came
right.
back here to the
Sure.
What? There.
Okay, good.
Now,
that's important.
I realized, right? I could hear because I keep the volume really low, so I know when you're about to come back to the over here to like interrupt us, so I could tell everybody, okay, here he comes now. We got to come up with something crazy to be talking about. Anyway,
no joke, by the way. Trent's audiobook is like exceptionally good of Gray Shade. Like I'm about halfway through listening to it. It's so good. You all should hire Trent immediately to do audiobooks of stuff.
Buy it, then hire me to do it.
Yeah, well, no, buy it first, then hire him to do it, and do so before John snaps him up for 700 more books. But anyway.
He's supposed to do my book.
See, this is what I mean. Yeah. This is why you have to get him now.
Four of her books, because I've got the trilogy, and then I've got Elf in Black, so it's, and then there's the Jardine things. I've got like 7 outstanding,
Just suck at your job more, and people won't ask you to do it, man. That's all.
Yeah, if you just half-ass it more, buddy.
Right, just suck at it. And
hey, do not tempt me, mister. I'm already freaking out because I can't seem to get myself to finish this JPL and Caltech anthology, which I was reading through it. You're gonna love this, Art. Okay. I was reading through it, and one of the stories is called The Orphans of Nillaveli. I think that's what it's the Orphans of something. I think it's Nillaveli. I'm not looking at it, so I can't tell. But it takes place in Sri Lanka.
Okay. And
I immediately had, like, years ago, a indie game developer came to me and said, "We want you to voice this character." And I'm like, "Okay, can you show me what the character looks like?" And it's like an African American character. I'm like, "No. You need to get an African-American voice actor to voice this character."
Yes, absolutely.
And they're like, "Well, we want you." I'm like, "No, you need to do this thing." And so when I read this short story, I was like, I'm not sure that I'm the right person to narrate this. There's only 3 of us who are narrating this whole book. And I was like, and so I reached out to a friend of mine in India, and I was like, am I wrong to feel this way about this? And so I kind of copy pasted the story to him, and he finished reading. He's like, "Wow, that got really dark." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "How much do you know about Sri Lankan history?" And I'm like, I'm a product of the American education system. I don't know anything.
Clearly nothing.
It's a country?
And I just, exactly. And I just see the bouncing ellipsis of him typing.
Oh, no.
And typing. And I'm like, oh shit, here it comes. And so he fills me in on all this, and suddenly the whole story takes a completely different tone for me. And I'm like, I am not the person to narrate this. And I'm like, who the hell? And I'm like, KP. And I reach out to KP.
That's great.
And I'm like, dude, will you please consider narrating the story because of the thing? And he's like, well, I'm not Sri Lankan, I'm Indian. I'm like, and I was about to say, I don't care. And I'm like, wait.
No, I care.
I need to care about this. And so he's like, let me check with my contacts and see how I can find somebody of Sri Lankan heritage and everything. I'm like, okay, cool. He said, if I can't, I'll narrate it. I'm like, and so I turned to the guys that are hiring me to do the thing. I'm like, can we please get someone? I've got a guy who would be great for this. Can we please bring him on to do this thing? And the people that kind of drafted the contract were like, well, I don't know if we can add another person in yet. And the other lady who's narrating the thing, she's like, actually, he's got a really good idea. There's a story that's slated for me that I think I know somebody else who would be much better choice for this.
This is great, yeah.
And I'm like, so I'm still. That's
good for you, though, Trent. Good for you, Trent.
Well, that's part of why I jumped into the Phoenix Wright thing, or into the thing the other day, which I love the fact that I joined right as Zach is like, shut up. I'm like, wow, it's like I'm meant to be here. Anyway, so I was checking to see what KP was doing because I was still waiting for him to get back to me. And then at the end of that thing, he's like, for those of you who haven't heard, we're going to be having a kid. I'm like, no wonder he's so busy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, all right. Fortunately, it's a very short story. So anyway.
Before you go on to introduce your character, let me just say that just quick editorial note. That story is a great story. That needs to happen all the time. I'm lucky enough now that I have a lot of context through people that can get to those things. But yes, there is no reason. We have a enormous amount of highly talented narrators and voice actors and people like that. And it is your responsibility, I think, to be able to track someone down in the age of the internet, in the age of remote work, where you can track someone down instead of having a person who's not suited for it be able to narrate it. And this is coming from Trent is, one of the most professional people I know in voice acting and narrating. And so that's a great story, Trent. Good for you. And listen to people who are putting together audiobooks. Please listen. Okay, you can do it, but you do need to reach out to other people. All right, sorry, I know that we want to get moving, but that's a good story, and I'm glad you told it. All right, Trent, who are you playing today?
His name is John C. No, it isn't. His name is, having never watched that dude wrestle, I haven't even seen.
I actually like John Cena. John Cena is on the side of the Angels for the most part. John Cena is kind of a good dude.
He's very cute. I love him very much.
He just broke the record. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just had to say he broke the record for most Make-A-Wish wishes granted with 650 some odd. He just and Make-A-Wish announced it. He wasn't going to announce it. They did, which I thought was pretty cool. And is he rich and have a lot? Yes, but he's in terms of anti-homophobia and all this stuff. Like Cena's been doing good work for a long time. Anyway, so sorry.
John Cena is the closest that humans have come to Superman. Is all I'm gonna.
Yeah, good dude is a good dude. You need to put him and Dolly Parton on some something and just be like, go forth and do good in the world or something. So okay, sorry, Trent. On you go.
No, that's fine. I mean, I was just looking up Dolly Parton on IMDb yesterday to remember Dabney Coleman's name. Anyway, so because somebody was talking about Nine. That is not what we're talking about. So my character's name is Miatantan Tagashaw of the House of Kenneth, the House of Making, and he is a battlesmith artificer with a mechano good boy named Spanner, who is reassembled and fully functional and armed.
Right, which is going to be important, possibly down the line. Always a pleasure, Trent. Moving right on up the line to someone who knows the importance of language and linguistics and choosing the right person for the right sort of thing. And I'm talking, of course, about Marie Bilodeau. And I'm mentioning this also because I was thinking about this with storytelling, Marie. And I remember, you will not remember this possibly, but years ago talking to you, maybe at a CanCon actually, about the difference between storytelling in French and English and how it wasn't just as easy as like a one-to-one, like, you throw through Google Translate, like it doesn't work that way. So I was thinking about that a bit when we were just talking about this subject. Anyway, how are you? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing?
I'm good, thinking. I think I was at an Ad Astra.
Oh, it could have been. Oh my god!
And that was years ago. And I remember we talked once before, and you're really tall. And I'm like very below average, only in height. And then we were trapped in this party, and it was really tight, and you were really tall, and my neck hurt. But the conversation was really interesting.
But you're not 4'3" and I'm 7'5". I mean,
apparently she felt so.
I'm 5'5". I wear heels.
My wife is 5'6". Okay, all right.
How does her neck feel? Did you ask her? Maybe you should ask her.
She was a dancer and was constantly stretching her neck. I don't know. Anyway.
That's smart. I'm not. I'm a writer. I'm constantly hunching mine. So there's a difference.
That's
here.
Funny though.
But yes, so I'm very good. I am very thrilled to say that right now upstairs in our fridge is a brace yourself. It's a brownie base cheesecake. So she baked.
Why does she torment us so?
Listen, it's Father's Day tomorrow, and I have waiting downstairs for me after this session a strawberry pie that was bought at a strawberry festival. Largely for me. So you will not, Bilodeau, this time make your baking make me feel, jealous because I also have baking. This is where you're Carrie made 75 strawberry tarts for me 3 days ago or something, right?
I'm not telling you. No, we're not. This morning though, she did make bread, and we got called. She started the bread, and then we got a call that our new car was coming in, and that we had to go to the dealership to sign. And she's like, "It'll be fine for the bread." They said it would only take a few minutes. It did not just take a few minutes.
No.
So the bread was rising and rising, and then she's like looking at me and she's like, let's stop at the, let's go thrifting on the way home. I'm like, are you sure? The bread? She's like, it's too late, Marie, let's just go thrifting. I'm like, okay.
The bread's
So
like,
It's
we
over.
got home
It's
to, like,
all over.
it was like monster bread, and then I'm like,
Eating
it's gonna
Donald Pleasance.
be right. I'm like, it's gonna be fine, and she's like, it's gonna taste yeasty, but you're not a difficult eater. I'm like, I'm gonna taste it, you're gonna like it, we're fine. But she cooked it and it like collapsed, and then
Oh.
it looked like old wrinkled skin. And I'm very excited to eat it because every time she has a collapsed bread, which is like never, I really like it because I love like when it goes dense and weird. Anyways, so there you go.
So
That's
much
my
to unpack here.
story.
So
I
much
was
to
just
unpack
gonna
here.
say, there's so much to unpack there.
But there's no time, so tonight,
Right.
just remember, cheesecake on a brownie base. So just keep that in mind. All
Keep
right.
that in mind.
And old wrinkled bread apparently too is a thing. So there you go.
So much love. I am playing tonight Mérimée Hawksmoor, who is a sword-wielding, lute-playing, fun-loving, College of Swords bard, Kalishtar bard, who is having fun hanging out with her friends and her sister, Nisiana, played by Jen, and who feels very much that everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, I can't. Sure, I can't imagine that anything will go wrong. Yeah, I can't wait for the whole session to start with just 15 minutes of Nisiana straight yelling into the void, like, "This is such a bad idea." While running. Anyway, but always a pleasure, Marie, to have you with this brownie base or not. Moving right down to the bottom of the ziggurat, it is our dear friend Brandon O'Brien, who is amazing and awesome. And what? What? Oh, is this?
Oh no, I was just realizing that you were pointing up.
Oh, I thought you were like, no, go to someone else. Like I was like, okay. It is good to see you, Brandon. How is life in the universe? Do you have a brownie based cheesecake sitting somewhere in your house that we need to know about, or like what?
No, I do not. I wish. While you were talking to Marie, I remembered a thing that apparently happened like a couple of days ago, and I'm not sure if Marie had seen it. The French poster for the Barbie movie came out, and apparently everybody was freaking out about it because apparently Ken means something different in French than it does as a name in English. And people were like very delighted about what that meant and what that implied about the actual performance of Ken in the movie. I thought that would be hilarious.
It does, but I mean, it is his name. Yeah, but yeah. Anyways, yes, you are correct.
And we're not gonna tell anyone what it means. So hi, it's me. I have been, as you know, Greg, very busy.
Yeah.
Doing great shit things! Exclamation point great shit for everyone in the chat. I am very excited for us to be able to hopefully prepare a thing in time for other people to hopefully do a thing very, very soon. And then the week kind of got away with me as well because I've also been very busy with a whole lot of other things and very overwhelmed in that sense. But the work is good and I'm very grateful. Also, I got new glasses very recently.
Yeah. So excited
and I'm very, very proud of the ability to see first and foremost. But also I really like my glasses and I'm very glad that they have arrived in time for me to actually play instead of what I've been doing for the last couple of streams that you may have seen me, which is having lots of duct tape nearby for whenever my old glasses would immediately deteriorate in front of my face. So yes, I am very excited to be here and do the thing. I'm very glad that backstage before we started streaming, you reminded me what was going to happen because I remembered that I had a key thing to do and then forgot what the key thing was or why I had to do it. So thank you for reminding me that that had to happen. So I'm very excited to see the party split and someone getting lots of physical trauma. But with that in mind, I am tonight playing Rowan Shallow, our charlatan wild magic sorcerer with an arm that is also a gun, who does not know why these stakes are so high all the time and is probably kind of regretting being a part of this party, but enjoying the shenanigans nonetheless.
Absolutely, and there have been shenanigans. I feel like the name of your new poetry collection, Brendan, should be with an arm that is a gun. I feel like that's a line that has some serious potential.
Would that be the sequel to this one?
The sequel to Can You Sign My Tentacle? You mean the award-winning poetry collection that you're speaking of? I think
Perhaps.
that might be what it means. Yes, I'm excited to have Brandon with us as always, and I'm also excited to have Jennifer Brozek with us. Jen is going to be ready to go, and as I say, I'm sure that her character will not be at all upset about the recent turn of events, but we will find out. Jen, it's good to see you. I've heard a rumor that the Pacific Northwest is somewhat colder than normal. Can you confirm, and who are you playing today?
I can indeed confirm. In fact, we are dropping into the 50s and possibly below 50 tomorrow.
Man.
Which is very strange. We're supposed to be hitting right at the 70 mark on average, but also I had a meeting with John earlier today, and in the middle of it, the power in my house sort of flashed. It reset my husband's computer, but John and I were fine. So if I disappear, I apologize in advance. There's been some very interesting things going on with the power grid in Washington lately.
I'm going to be out there, at the end of the week, going out there for 2 weeks to visit in-laws. So
why didn't you? Well, okay, you are telling me you're going to come visit me, right?
We're going to have to see. I have to figure out timing because I have the whole family and kids with me. But yes, I will. We will follow up. We will follow up for sure.
Okay, because that would be really cool. Come see my house. I just got it painted.
I know, and I want to see the massive skeleton anyway. And well, you don't have that out there, but you have something else out there. You have the dinosaur or something.
I have the dinosaur. I have all the gargoyles. I have a fairy gate in the backyard. I have a set of ruins in the backyard.
A set of ruins. I just have a ruins that I just keep in my backyard.
Well, there was a wholesale statuary place where you could buy very, 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 very heavy stone for very little. And so
that's where I work. That's awesome.
A ruin in my backyard. So I did because I am a strange duck. I am the local color in the neighborhood.
You are.
I also have a little free library. So if you have books you want to drop off to put in the little free library.
Mm-hmm.
I left one.
And the books go pretty well. We've got a really big group of readers in the neighborhood. Let's see. By the way, I did check my spells. I actually have a lot more spells than I thought I did. Mostly I just use auras.
Yeah.
The last time. So I actually can heal people and stuff.
I don't think Rowan will need any of that. Rowan will need none of that healing.
I disagree.
While I am
He's fine.
Not going to be super happy about my sister and
I'm actually bleeding.
Getting off into the gray. I understand it, and I'm sure I will be following. And yes, it is the best bad idea we have right now.
Gotta stop those guys.
Yes. Let's see. I also I had a sudden project. I'm part of the Writer Symposium for Gen Con, as you know. And I'm going to be part of the ebook bundle that will be sold at the Writer Symposium.
Yep, same.
To support the authors and the programs of the Writer Symposium. And I came up with the perfect thing. There's a small flash fiction collection that I've been wanting to put together and to sell on Amazon. I'm like, I can debut it at Gen Con and then sell it afterwards and add a little bit extra in. But that meant I had to find all of the things, put them all together, edit them all, create, I had to do all the things. So that was my sudden project for the end of the week. But I'm pleased to say it got done. Life has been very interesting in good and bad points. And just like Nisiana's life. And I am playing Nisiana de Jarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing. She was adopted by Marie's character, or Marie adopted her family. I don't think she gave any of us a choice in the matter.
It just showed up.
Here I am.
life has been interesting ever since, and I actually still have spells left. So I'm a little less pessimistic at this point. I mean, Nisiana wants to choose joy, but she did just have an interaction with her god last session.
That's true.
Where she thought she was being called home.
That's
So
fair.
She is reinvigorated.
Yes, that's the idea. It's re-excited, re-pumped up for what is to come. I should say, by the way, that yes, there is going to be a writers symposium. I co-coordinate programming for the writers symposium, and there's going to be a USB writers symposium branded stick with a bunch of ebooks from a number of the symposium authors, and so you'll be able to do that when you folks stop by the writers symposium, and I hope you will. We will have hundreds of hours, I think is what it works out to, of programming. We will have over 60 authors there, and not just authors, editors, agents, people like that. We will have, in addition, some additional focus on game narrative stuff this year. We have some more focus on poets, not just Brandon, but Brian Talwarren and a couple of others are going to be there too. So we have some more of that. So I think it's a very cool program that's been put together. Emily Bell deserves a lot of the credit for that, for putting that together. And so anyway, that's coming up in early August, and you should come by and learn panel stuff. Oh, and also, I don't think any of you know this, but there is a good chance that the high school student who won the essay contest that participated in my Klein event thing that I did for ArvCon last month, it looks like he's going to be coming, and he's going to actually go to a couple of the symposium events. So we will introduce this D&D, this kid who did a really great job during D&D, who's going to Sacred Heart next year to major in theater. So we get a chance to sort of introduce him to all of the lovely authors. So just
I also got my Tuckerization from ArvCon.
Oh, yep.
So the cat has been named, and it is Vida Valiantorte.
Vida Valiantorte.
Otherwise known as Vivi. And I have a great little set of lines that have already been plotted for the cat's introduction, which involves, like, he sounds like a villain, she, or a femme fatale.
That's awesome. Always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And last but certainly not least, John, who is looking quite, has the summer haircut, is ready to go, and is prepared. I like it.
I don't know if it's going to work or not.
Yep. There it is. Yeah, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. The best bad idea we've ever had. Wearing the green shirt. I'm not alone in my shirt wearing tonight. It's very nice.
And because it was brought up, Trent, if you want to throw that into chat, where I was this weekend was a licensing expo, and they had the actual very nice looking convertible Barbie car from the movie.
Ooh.
I got a picture of it. It's very cute.
I want to see.
Yep. It's pretty cool looking.
Oh, that is cool.
Not too bad.
That is
and I went to Vegas and did not come back sick. So we're very happy about that.
Oh yeah, that's
well done.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's couldn't get in, couldn't take pictures, but you could just look at it all you want. So yeah, a lot of fun was had. Glad to be back in time for the stream. Yes, it's been busy. Many things, irons and fire, more irons being added. Lots of irons, fire irons. Anyways, yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. And I work with pretty much everyone here in some degree, shape, way, form, or others. Some people have to move on to new projects with me. Arv, because they finished up their other ones. So
Oh.
Well,
Arv is like, oh.
yeah,
I see.
Trend is not the only narrator here.
That's true.
Thing.
That's true. I do have.
It is true.
That's true. I have some additional to get mine finished, but that should be done this coming week. So, all right, it's good to know. It's good to
give them a poke there. I mean, I know your book is being processed right now, so I'm not sure how far along that is in the process, but I'll find out this week. Maybe. And then just for anyone who's in Canada, you Canadians up there, I will be.
That would be Marie.
I am leaving. Well, unfortunately, I'm on the other side of the continent from her because I'm going to Calgary in 4 days for GamerCon.
That's too bad.
It is too bad.
I mean, it's too bad that you're going to Calgary. Wow,
it is.
It's really unfortunate.
One of the ugliest hockey mascots in the world.
And then meet up with me and Greg.
I'm not staying that long, so unfortunately, the timing just doesn't quite meet up. Unfortunately,
another time.
We will all but Trend, unfortunately, will all be together at Gen Con though. So there you go. I trust. I think everyone here, except for Trent. I'm sorry to keep mentioning that, but I have to be.
We got to get Trent out to one of these things.
Damn right, and Jen's going to be the perfect one for him, as far as I'm concerned. Because that way we can all run a live session of IAB there.
Listen, twist my arm. It would be what a
don't
terrible,
have to.
amazing
I know.
thing. Yes, exactly.
The best bad idea we've ever had. Absolutely.
Right.
I am playing Ilarion, the quite tall, floaty, Warforged, Starforged Aegis. There we go. Who got a really interesting, I'm not sure if it's ever going to come up, got a really interesting, other than our proficiency bonus going up to 4, which is kind of nice, but they got the Crafter's Eye, which your time spent working on your armor and infusing it with your spirit has given you a deeper insight into the making and workings of all manner of magical and non-magical objects. I now have advantage on saving throws made against traps and effects or spells that originate from magical items, which is kind of interesting. I also add a D4 to any tool proficiency check I make. So, interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's going to be good stuff. I look forward to the crafting montage as Larian leaves it all behind.
They will be me and Tanton is long, just huge, absolutely.
Just sitting on the mountain, forging some stuff.
There were traps in an earlier session where we were playing other characters that I recall, so I think that one might come in handy.
I can see that.
I'm just saying. So, anyways.
I could see that, and it is a pleasure to have the group with us, and let us get into this, folks, because we had a quite eventful session last time. The party, of course, the members of the King's Citadel, did manage several sessions ago to rescue a group of captives from a thing called the Conclave, which had formerly been a troop transport when Tanton knew of it, and then had been sort of reconfigured and modified to become an attack vessel that held a bunch of Warforged under the employ of the enigmatic Lord of Blades. And in the process of doing all of this, the party did manage to get the captives out, although not without cost. Some of the captives didn't make it. Some of the Warforged, who were part of the Parliament of Gears, a secret kind of revolutionary sect that is opposed to the Lord of Blades, all Warforged members, they did not make it out either. But the party, under the circumstances, did about the best job they possibly could have, and also basically blew up the Conclave in the process. So there was a lot of good stuff, but it was a very near thing. They barely escaped with their lives, and in fact there were these dream sequences in the last session in which the party sort of had to come to grips individually with some of the things that had happened to them. In the following session, the party returned to Salvation, where they discovered that things had been moving along without them, and specifically a General Tyresh, who is more popularly known among many of the people who serve under him as Lord Bucket. It is not a positive appellation, is decided to take over direct defense of Salvation because there are rumors of an imminent attack against that town. And in fact, the imminent attack might be happening from some of the other rival nations, like Thane. There may be other ones out there that are considering the possibility of doing the same. And the Lord of Blades, who might be just a mite irritated that the Conclave has been destroyed instead of bringing back its people to him. So Lord of Blades may not be very happy with the party at the moment. And so the decision was made to send the party out after a small group of raiders, not this large group that we saw in the Conclave, but a few raiders that had attacked some of Barra's breakers, Barra being one of the lieutenants who serves in Braelin's army that is currently in the midst of the Argonth, which is the huge floating fortress right near Salvation. And so the party was sent out, and indeed they discovered that there were indeed these a few raiders. They managed to defeat them without too much difficulty, he says, looking at Rowan and slightly chuckling. Rowan basically did a bunch of good stuff and then was targeted by everything under the sun and is currently sitting at 1 out of 52 hit points. So Rowan barely survived.
Acceptable losses
of health. Barely survived. Mermaid got hit a little bit, 20 points of damage, 91 and 111. Ilarion got like 5 points of hit point damage.
Just a scratch.
6 of Aegis, and everybody else was fine. But the problem was at the very end of this, the circumstances were there was one remaining Warforged who was in bad shape but still functional, And there was this metal dragonfly-like creature that, after they defeated this other Warforged, rose out of the Warforged's motionless body and then flew off into the gray. And the Warforged that was still alive said, you better go after it because it has everything that you'll ever need to know about you, and it's going straight to the Lord of Blades with that information. And so at the end of the session, the party said that they would decide at the beginning of this session whether they were going to go after it. They have made that decision, and they have promptly decided to split the party and to go multiple directions at once. I'm reminded of Aragorn at the end of Fellowship of the Ring saying, wait, we must organize, and then like basically everybody just breaks off in every direction. So I had this image that that's what people are doing. Of course, that's not what the King's Citadel would do. They're far more organized. But I would like to know from the King's Citadel.
You give us far too much credit, sir.
As I fire up some music, and let's fire up some, do I have some chase music here? Let's see.
And I take exception to the idea that we blew up the Citadel. We did not blow up the Citadel.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Captain Reed blew up the Citadel.
Yeah,
You went all
sucks.
predator on us. Thank you very much.
That's true, and certainly they were not forced into this by any actions taken by the King's Citadel, of course.
They weren't. He could have just died like a decent human being, even though he was a Warforged.
I see how
Agreed.
this is. So I'm going to ask the party, what would the party like to do as we fire this
Finn.
music up? What would you
So-
like to do?
Alarian looks at Rowan and says, haste me.
I snap my fingers. I give you haste. I then pass out.
I'm coming with
Haste.
you.
Then do something really cool and acrobatic because Alarian is about to accelerate and you have like 3 seconds to join.
I've still got
John.
my kinetic jaunt active. So yeah, I
Sweet.
basically jump and I scream to Tantin and Nisiana, keep the prisoner safe. We'll be right back.
Exactly. Cool. She leaps onto my shoulders. I'm going to assume there's no check, but that's up to you, Arv. And we take off after this thing at, like I said, full movement is 120 around.
Okay, so the two people chasing then are Alarian and Merime. Tantin, Nisiana, and Rowan are staying where you are. Rowan holding on to life. And,
Clinging, yes.
to life. And Nisiana, of course, will theoretically be able to heal there. And then Tantin sticking around. Yes. Is Tantin, did you say, Tantin, that you're sending Spanner or you're leaving Spanner with you? I just want to make sure.
No, Spanner's staying with us.
Okay. So
He can't keep up.
okay, yeah, I was gonna say it might be not super easy to do that. Okay, so just give me a second here as I pop up the chase rules. That's
And
right. We've got
Brandon, that's 10 rounds, right? I believe I have that for.
Hold on. Up to a minute. Oh yes,
Yeah.
also this is concentration. I am still awake. I am just lying on the floor.
It feels over, yes.
You're
Yes, exactly.
reclining.
Don't worry, you're going to feel much better soon.
So a minute is a minute?
10
6
rounds.
or 10? Okay.
10 rounds.
Okay, for obvious reasons, and I hope that people understand, we're going to do the chase first because it makes more sense to kind of get that out of the way, I think, basically on the speed. Now, quick note here, which is that obviously you're going to want to be, I know you said you wanted to dash here, and that haste plus dash means you have a chance of doing this. Now, the one thing I want to note is that you can, during a chase, you can use a dash action a number of times equal to 3 plus your con modifier. So what's your con modifier?
2.
Okay, so you can use it 5 times.
Sweet.
If you use a dash action after that, you will have to make a Constitution check, or you will gain a level of exhaustion. So be aware that the dash is not inexhaustible.
Okay.
that eventually have to do that.
Inexhaustible. Nice.
I see what I did there accidentally.
Which is hilarious, because I'm not technically running, but I'll abide by the rules because that's how these make sense.
Well, right. I think basically the idea here is that even at the hover level, the intensity at which you need to stay focused means, Alarian is not immune to
This is true.
exhaustion
I can. Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially if Merime, does this steeplechase thing where she's like, yeah, like, kind of to speed you up.
Yeah, Aegis, yeah.
So, okay, so the messenger here, I love that their little sidebar for this is called Shoot the Messenger. Anyway,
That's kind of the plan.
Well, we shall see here. So, the messenger is going to be about, at starting spot, is going to be about 100 feet ahead of you to begin with. So, and that's basically its starting position. It will have a chance to go first. It is going at a very fast speed, but not as fast as, 120 at the
I
very
hasted
beginning.
Aegis or Starforged. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Good.
And as a reminder too, the dash action is going to be the only, that's the action that you can take. If you want to, Merame can do other things theoretically.
That is why she's along for the ride.
Right.
Yes.
Although we will talk about if there's something involving, like, say, shooting at it, we'll have to talk about that, Merame, because,
It's tiny?
well, you're on the back of a creature going at a very fast speed, even though it's hovering. I don't think it's
true.
like
This is
a
true.
bullet train stability, if you know what I mean. So
Right.
you'll have to think
How
about
dare
that.
you, sir?
I know. It's actually terrible. So, okay. So the way this begins is we will have the lead is going to go first. So that means the creature is going to get ahead of you, is going to go up to about 160 feet. And let's see. So you have 2 turns. We're going to just keep this with the 2 of you for the moment. So I would like Merame and Alarian both to roll d20s for me, please.
Straight D20.
Just straight d20, yep.
Straight D20. Okie dokie.
It's like pod racing. Yeah, exactly, Rudnell. That actually is true. All right, so we have an 18 and a 16. Okay, no complications this round. You were able to whiz around these rocks as you just,
Well, I have been
fly
doing
ever
this for a
quickly.
century. I think I'm pretty proficient in it. Just saying.
I did all my training against metal dragonflies in the gray. So you zip ahead. As you get close, closer. It is indeed quite tiny, and you can hear just sort of a little bit of this metallic buzzing. Although it's not super easy because there is a rush of wind and the usual mournland, the grays sounds around you. But you can hear even through that a very high-pitched, like, zzz, as you are behind this thing, and it is making a beeline for something, off in the distance. Okay, so 160, you can go 120 with the dash, Alarian. So that means you would get within, I believe, 40 feet, if I've done my math properly, by the end of the round. Merame, does this mean you want to do anything?
I want to cast Shatter on it.
Okay. All right, let's talk about casting Shatter. This do you have to do, does it have to make a save, or is this a ranged attack?
You have to make a save. Here, let me put the information out for you.
Yeah, I popped that up too. Okay.
Yeah. So Shatter. Oops. And is it? No, it didn't pop up. I don't know what I'm doing, but I mean well, so it's okay.
Back in Beggar's Canyon, right? Arundel?
I think.
Exactly. I used to bullseye giant dragonflies all the time back home.
Anyway, it's not.
Giant dragonflies don't shoot back.
So it's 60 feet away, and you have each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere. So, and you have to make a Constitution throw. A creature takes 3d8 thunder damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. And then a creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the saving throw. And
I
on-
see.
Sweet.
Okay, let's
How do
see
I-
here too. Condition.
Oh, if I hit that, does it?
Almost as if she had the spell for that exact reason.
Oh yes, I'm always ready. I also have trained against small metallic dragonflies flying away. Actually,
Mermaid
mosquitoes.
Hawksmoor, ready to shatter on a moment's notice.
Yes, whether it's a building, a thing, a person, I'm ready.
Historically accurate statement. It's,
Okay, so this thing, even at disadvantage, it actually critically succeeded the first roll, but even the second roll is an 18, which I think is going to be higher than the DC set
It's
for it.
17. Yeah.
So
Wow.
it does make
Humph.
it that well.
But it still takes
having
damage,
to be a
though.
good roll, yeah. But yes, if you can roll the damage for it, we will take half of
I
whatever
shall.
that is.
Okay, hang on. It's not, for some reason, it's not. Is. Let me just reload my character sheet here, because Roll20 is like, what? You have a character sheet?
Are you kidding me?
My Roll20 seems to have a bit crashed.
Just say that it's max damage. Just go with it.
Yeah, it's max
Um,
damage, and I'm casting it at level 4, too, just to be clear.
So, what?
That's-
That
oh,
part
there
she
it
actually
is.
did plan to do.
Yeah, I did plan to do. I did mention it. Okay.
She did mention
No, the
that,
level
I
4
agree.
is fine. I was just the max damage part. Is the
Yeah, yeah. I know. I knew you'd agree. That's why I said it.
Okay, I think I can. I don't know. Roll20 is kind of
It's
jammed
not
on me.
showing up
I don't
here
see
yet.
it.
Am I gonna screw you up if I just reload all of Roll20?
No, I don't think. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
just
there it
popped
is.
up now. Okay, so higher level cast. So that's 5 damage. Is that what I just saw?
24.
Oh, wait, what?
So
24.
Oh, 24.
19.
Okay. Yeah, I see
19
it.
plus
I see it.
4.
Okay, so 12 then, right, is what it would take.
Correct.
Okay, that does not destroy it.
But it hurts it, which
yeah.
means I can do it again.
100% does hurt it. Okay.
Lots of spell slots
So-
left. Excited.
While this is happening, I
Yes.
want to make a rules clarification.
Okay.
Which is when I cast haste, until the spell ends, the target speed is doubled, gains +2 bonus to AC, has an advantage on dex saving throws, and gains an additional action on each of its turns that can be used to dash. Does that mean, just to clarify, that when Illyrian dashes, it can dash again, and therefore its speed is technically...
That
Like
seems
150.
that seems though. I don't think a haste would be designed to get someone to move 240 feet in a round. Like,
Not 240, but shouldn't it be one?
It'd be then 180. It'd be another 60. Is how I would rule that myself. I leave it up to you, Arv.
I guess
Well,
that's.
is it-
Go ahead.
It's like a dash is one movement, not two, right? And that would be one of his.
No, a dash counts as
Oh.
is basically the full. Because the dash is basically double moving is the equivalent of it. Well, more than double moving.
Okay.
But
Yeah, that-
but the fact that there's an additional action.
Mhm.
I'm going to turn to the internet to ask that. I've never actually had someone try to dash while hasted. So
Right. I would say that it would double his movement, not the doubled movement.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would agree with 180, but not with the 240.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's.
It would double his base speed.
RGM.
right. Let's see.
I just wanted to make sure, because if what you had described earlier about the creature that we're presently pursuing is its max speed, and that is not the case, it means that there will come a point where we start failing to catch up with it. So I wanted to verify.
Right. So in this case, it would go. So for a monk with 40-foot movement because of unarmored movement, you could, assuming you were dashed, you could. Or sorry, the rogue would be okay. So let's say the rogue. So rogue would get 60 standard movement. That's double move. 60 action dash. 60 haste action dash. Actually, the rogue has a cunning action dash, which means they could theoretically move 240 feet of movement in a turn. But in this case, yeah, I think you're right. You said a 180, right? So I think that is, I think that is what you could probably do. Yeah.
You
So
missed
with-
a layer as well. If he was a tabaxi, he'd get even more movement bonus as well on top of
Yeah, then
all
it's
of that.
Superman like
Right.
reversing time. Type
Yeah.
of business.
You've got a cat breaking the sound barrier, is what
I
you've
thought
got.
that Tabaxi had a normal speed of 90.
Yeah,
She was a
that's-
Tabaxi monk.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Okay, so anyway, the answer to this is yes. So I guess what that would mean is then you would probably catch up to it or close to it in this turn, Ilarion, which does mean then you have to think a little bit about the shatter thing. Because if you shatter, that is going to also hit you if Mermaid is going to cast. If you like run up on top of it, Mermaid could try to, I guess, shatter like go first. So, like, I have to think about how this works, though.
Well, okay, hold on. If I'm using that dash, I'm still using all my movement. So there's nothing else I can do right now, except now instead of 40 feet away, we're right on its ass.
Right, but do you want to be right on its ass when Merime casts a shatter is my question.
It's got a 10-foot cone, just 10-foot radius, so.
Well, doesn't
not a
shatter
cone,
go off,
radius.
Doesn't
Yeah,
shatter
radius.
go off like instantaneously?
Right. But
It's
if
like a
she's holding-
thunderclap. So if you cast it 10 feet ahead of us, it'll go right into it and boom, it's done.
But
Yeah.
if she holds her action, basically, until you get to within
Or even 20 feet.
Yeah, that's
40
fair.
feet
It's
from
even
That's
better.
fair.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
that's
fine.
fair. So you
And
kinda
as
like
long as the shatter
hold,
damages,
hold.
I'm
Yeah.
good. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Now.
All right.
And I tap her, she does the spell, it's all good.
Okay.
And we saw it take the damage, like a little puff came out or whatever. It's still going,
Okay.
but Shatter did it, so that, I just got to do another round of this to keep her within range, and it's going to go down.
That's right. At the beginning of the turn, it's basically right there. So,
Mhm. Thank you, Brendan.
So with that
Just wanted
said,
to make sure.
that means that you can then move. So then at the second round, the damaged but not destroyed mechanical insect thing goes another 60 feet.
Poor thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And now I need
It doesn't know its life is measured in seconds.
I need rolls from each of you from Merime
right.
and Ilarion.
Oh,
What's up,
yeah.
Fred?
Wait a minute.
This might be-
Does Merime have 2 attacks per round?
Only with my melee weapon, I believe.
Okay.
Not with my spells.
Okay. I was gonna say, because if you shatter and then hit it with your sword when
Yeah,
you get up
that'd be
to it,
yeah.
Whoa.
Right,
Alright.
that would be cool.
So we have.
I think later on I can do that, but as a higher
Okay.
level bard.
I'm wasting all these attack rolls. I hope you're happy, are with this. But yes.
So you have we have a 17, and then we got a 9 from Merime. Is that what I
I
said?
hope I didn't just screw this up. It's fine though. I can cast shatter from wherever on the ground.
Well,
Suddenly this
so
magical
here's-
low-hanging tree branch.
So here's the deal. As you are sort of sailing along, you basically come across this. You're moving along at top speed, but then suddenly, as you sort of are looking above this, there is essentially right in front of you a narrow but deep ravine, which almost suddenly opens below Ilarion's feet. Now, to be clear, Ilarion can hover, but Ilarion cannot fly at that speed, right? He's going to drop down. Unless, that is, Ilarion can clear it. So what that means is, Ilarion, I'm going to need you to make a successful athletics check to clear this ravine.
May I
Excellent.
may I inspire him as a bard or
Sure.
as a bonus? Okay, so
Why not?
Ilarion, you've got this.
Well, I will say, actually, athletics is one of my very best scores for.
Don't
checks,
ruin
so-
it. You've got a
It's a-
D8 in case you need it.
It's a good thing
Also
it wasn't
got-
Tanz, and he'd be like, "Shit, jump!"
I got a hero point. Actually, they actually kind of lean into it. It's, the moment he notices it's there, just kind of leans into it and what is it? A D8 now for extra?
Yeah, if you need it. D8. Yeah, it
Well,
lasts for
let's-
10 minutes, so
let's
only if
find
you
out.
need it.
Well, it's a 17
Oh.
already, and I might as well blow it now, so it's all good.
I got lots of inspiration left, so
I know. So I'm gonna do a D8 real quick, and that makes it 22.
Okay. So you do
Yeah.
clear it. We see it sort of like from underneath
And-
the camera
and-
looking up as you dramatically...
Sun gleaming
climb over
down
it.
on me as in slow motion anime style. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally like it's
my
like
hair
that.
glittering.
Yeah,
Exactly
yeah.
what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Ribbons flowing out behind you.
This is the part where Arwen leans down and says Nuralim, and the elf horse like hits
Oh
the
my God.
afterburners suddenly,
I
and
cry
it's just like,
every
oh
time.
my god! Like all of a sudden, where you're just like, what was fast? Elf horses are really fast. Anyway, Ilarion is just as fast, clears it, and you are now. Now here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about Chatter. You are going to have to choose Ilarion too, because you're right on top of it. So it makes this sort of 60-foot jump. You were technically even ahead of it, but let's say you're right behind it. So it's about 60 feet ahead. So again, to be clear, I gather, Merime, you're going to hold your action basically until you get within that range and then try to shatter it again.
Yeah, because it's a 60-foot range, so
So you
as
can
soon
do
as
that
I'm
as
with
soon as it drops out of the way. Okay. And it's a
Pretty
10-foot
much.
radius, right? So yeah.
Basically, I mean, it would
Yeah.
be totally kick-ass if she did it at the height of our jump, but let's not do that. Let's ease down, get it so she could like zoom in, kind of sight in, and take her shot. Yeah.
Okay.
so I can shatter now.
Yes. Yes, you can.
I'm shattering. Oh, okay. Roll 20 is. I'm doing it at level 4 again because I've still got level 4 spell slots. So you have to roll your. Wow, that's a lot of dice.
Okay.
Wow, that's a shitty roll.
They still haven't fixed the the
Oof.
roll
No.
of this. That's really weird.
That's a
So
big old
that's-
10 or a 9, so I'll take the 9 for the loss.
So then you take 16 points of thunder damage.
Okay. It is now very badly damaged. It's kind of like, yeah.
What does this fucking thing have?
So
I
this thing
know,
is
right?
designed not to be destroyed. It's at
Oh,
least not
we're gonna
easy.
So am
destroy it.
Oh man. So that gives us one more round then, as you're right on top of it again. So again, 60 feet away, and I will ask the two of you to make your complications rolls again.
You don't.
Complicated. There we go. 12.
We're not complicated. We're very nice.
Wait.
There we go.
15.
Wait, what?
Oh no! Did it only move 60 feet?
Yeah, it
From
moves.
this-
Yes.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Eberron, I'm also going to let you know that your bonus action can also be used to attack.
Oh, I'm aware of that. Yes. So,
Um,
and now this next round, probably, if he doesn't take it out, I'm probably actually gonna
Just
Okay.
take a
hit
shot
it
at
very
it.
hard with the thing.
You do not actually have a complication here, so you were on top
Okay.
of it again. You could do the whole shatter third verse, same as the first, I assume.
I think third time's a charm on this. So, Merame, if you want to.
Oh yeah.
Hmm?
I'm up a pow. I'm using my last level 4 spell because I'm feeling the big, like, I know how you guys can hear. It's like bang, bang.
We're just in the distance.
You know what's happening. I'm having a good time.
There we go.
Nice.
Wow.
There we go. So that's 19, but you get to make your saving throw.
Yeah, well,
That's 29.
the
not
disadvantage did not.
Oh,
do
that's
so.
29.
Did not do so. So you narrowly obliterate its body, and just this, and just little bits of brass and wood, kind of fly everywhere and hit the ground as you slow to a halt. And it's actually a good thing that you slow to a halt right when you do, because right in front of you, like as you're coming to a halt, the normal gray of literally the gray of the sort of roiling mist is there, but there is an additional here sort of bank of fog, a strange rainbow-colored, you might almost say psychedelic kind of fog, literally right in front of you. So, Alarian, assuming you slow down after it's been destroyed,
Oh, yeah.
you literally come
yeah.
back like you're just like this, like facing. You're like several inches from this fog that you would have gone into, and the pieces of this thing are obliterated. You don't even know where they are, frankly, on the ground. But
I wish to do my Aegis Guardian little nifty thing, which I haven't done in a long time. Nope. No, wait, that's not it. Hold on. Sorry. Where's my? Oh, Arcane Insight. Sorry. Sensing hubs of magic. I wish to basically sense magic in this fog thing. Whatever.
okay. So right. Oh yeah. Your ability to simply sense magic.
Yep. Yeah. There you go.
Yes. So
Just draw a smiley face in the fog like Captain Picard. And
So yeah, I mean, what I will say is, you can absolutely sense that this is a hub of magic. And I would not say, it says here, strong magical presences with a sensation of static electricity, magically corrupt or dead zones will sound like a ringing in the ears. Why not both? We are in the gray, so
Yeah,
really
true.
it's both. You feel both static electricity and hear this sort of ringing in the
Oh,
ears. This
that's
area
an
in front of
interesting
you,
sensation.
yes, is sort of like a strangely, powerfully magic, potentially corrupt, and you know by now, of course, that anything in the gray is as likely to be corrupted magically as any, it would not surprise you if that was sort of the effect that this has.
Yeah.
And it's a fairly large bank of fog that seems to extend fairly far up to the north of your position and to the south of it. And so
It is
not
a literal
surrounded,
wall.
Yes,
But it's a wall.
it's a wall.
Does it, like, we're gonna back off for like 5 to 7 feet away.
Okay.
First of all, does it seem to quote unquote notice us? Like, does
No.
some part? Okay,
No, it does
tendrils
not.
coming out, not like John Carpenter's The Fog. It's just sitting there.
No, it does not. Although the tentacles underneath you coming up to grab. No, I'm just kidding.
right, yeah.
No, there
But
is.
you
it
weren't
does
looking
not.
down, so yeah, there you go.
But no, it
all
does
right.
not reach out for you.
But it's like you said, swirling kind of nearly almost hypnotic colors of really kind of patterns in the fog, kind of, which is very weird too. Don't get me wrong.
That's it.
And they look up at Merriman, and I think we should go report back.
I
On
agree.
that, pointing to the remains of the spread across the land, and that.
Agreed. Let's go find our friends again and
Okay.
bring our prisoner in.
Yes.
You guys don't
All
want
right.
to Thelma and Louise into this thing at all?
No.
No, we're gonna bring the whole group if we're gonna do that. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Right.
We had a great time though. It was fun, but I want to get back
Hey.
to the others.
I have not gone that fast in a long time, and yes, that was very enjoyable. Actually, I can zip back. I've still got like 2 rounds left. So I can get pretty much mostly close to before
More
the
than
spell
that,
runs
really.
out. So, well, technically, while we're talking here, 6 seconds is going, or 10 seconds is going by. It's like bing, bing,
Yeah,
bing.
it's true
not gonna
though.
last
You
forever.
head into the gray, and then like 45 seconds later, all right, like a minute later or whatever.
We got it.
We did it. All right.
It was fun.
While you head back, hey Crit Twitch, how are you? While you head back, I will ask what in the meantime Tantin and Nisiana and Rowan are doing here, back in the clearing where this battle was had.
I'm being in pain.
No, we
Can you
achieved
RP that out
apotheosis while they
extensively
were-
out for me, please? No, just kidding.
Don't you think he is already?
No, we achieved apotheosis while they were gone. We're gods. It's
Oh, okay.
Rowan just ow, 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 haste, ow.
Oh, he's
ow,
the
ow,
god of
ow,
agony.
ow,
Yes,
ow,
absolutely. No.
Fascinating. Maybe the king of pain, but not the god of agony.
Nisiana walks over to Rowan, but she hesitates. And I think Mia Tantan needs to make some sort of perception to see if he notices that she hesitates.
Insight, I would say, would be what we're looking
Insight
for with
or
this.
something. She hesitates, then shakes her head, and then she uses Cure Wounds at level
Nope.
2.
He was
She,
like-
she basically stopped and looked down
Wow.
at him, like really there was something she was thinking about, and then decided not to do it. Because I'm just like, this entire fight I've been thinking, what would Nisiana do? Oh, I want to do this thing, but so let me Cure Wounds on him at level 2
Nice.
plus 5.
So 24
that's 16.
points.
Oh no, you're right.
Right,
he-
19 plus 5, right? So 24.
Yeah, 24.
Nice.
That brings you up halfway, or they're close to halfway.
Just above halfway.
No,
Actually, I
25.
would've won-
You'd be up at 25 and you have 52 total, so just below halfway.
Actually, I meant to
Right.
do it the other way. I meant to do the channel divinity first, where I can give him up to half his hit points and then roll.
Oh, okay. However you want to do it.
So it'd be channel divinity.
Okay.
Take half. You get up to half your hit points,
Okay.
as long as it's below 40 points.
All right. That's 26 then, I
add-
think.
Then
Mhm.
add the 24 on top of it.
Okay, wow. See, you're fine. Everything is fine.
Right.
Please, no problem. You know, Tantan was staring off like, oh, I hope they bring it back. I hope they bring it back. I hope they bring it back.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't notice her. That's why the insight
Mhm.
failed. Is he's looking off after the
Total fail.
that-
Yeah.
But it was just. I mean, usually she never has. She goes and she does, but she stopped and considered something, and then decided against it.
Okay.
Cool. That was pleasant. Being shot in the chest twice. It's happened
Feel better.
before. It always hurts.
Yes. Well, better.
Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
that. I wish they didn't single me out in that engagement. I would have been a lot more useful, but we're all here.
I do understand when we fought the who was it? The Green Emerald Claw. They all shot me with arrows.
Ah, yeah.
They
That's,
went, healer, let me shoot her. That was bad.
yeah, it's a special kind of cruel.
It is, and apparently it's their normal tactic. I remember reading something about that. I had never faced them before. But yeah, so you're better
Okay, let's make a deal then.
now. Yes.
Anytime I can do so, I will draw as much fire as possible, as long as you promise I don't die.
I can bring you back.
Good, that works. That helps a lot. That gives me a great deal of confidence.
It's true, I can bring you back. I had a conversation with my god. Actually, I had a conversation with my god long ago, but Now, I just had a conversation with my God, and that was an interesting thing. And we have more work to do.
Tintin, what are you just sort of peering off? You said looking for, hoping
he's
that
watching, waiting for them to come back.
Okay. Okay. So, I would say probably if that's what the three of you are doing, within literally about a minute, in comes Larian and Merime on the back, triumphantly riding back in. You would have to say what Merime and Larian. I mean, Larian always looks more or less
Totally
the same,
singing "We Are the Champions." Of course,
right. I was going to say, I wonder what Merime was looking like.
Absolutely.
She's just going to town on the loose.
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time. I had fun. We saw rainbows, blew up some stuff.
Good times. Right.
It's fitting for Pride Month. It's perfect. It's like, no, it's psychedelic. No, it's Pride. It's not psychedelic anymore. It's Pride.
I've changed my ribbons out somehow into time to rainbow ribbons.
Right.
It's just like
Indeed.
yeah.
Okay, and Rowan's looking better, so that's a good thing.
It looks much better.
Yes.
As
We
you get back, Tangent's like, did you
unfortunately we had to destroy it.
It
is
was very
Several
destroyed.
hundred bits scattered across the gray.
Did you bring any of them back?
It was more like vaporized,
They were
really.
this big.
Like, but we saw something cool. We saw something cool. We saw rainbow fog. That's probably not as good as a machine. Sorry, Tantin.
It's a wall of rainbow fog, and it kind of nudged Merime to send the image of it so they can get a look at exactly what we saw.
While that sounds utterly fascinating on its face, maybe we don't want to be here anymore.
I mean, this is true. We have stopped the raiders. We have a prisoner. We should probably be heading back.
About the prisoner. While you've been chatting with each other, the prisoner is not where you thought the prisoner was. You may remember the prisoner was behind a rock and is not there now.
And Larian immediately looks at the rest of you and says, "You had one job, you know."
Yes, to heal him.
Okay, you had two jobs.
We should be able to track him still. He can't be that far.
Hey, go after him. I'm assuming my haste is probably worn off by now.
I can just give you more of that if you like.
Do we take
Keep that thought in mind?
Do we have
Whose eyes are better here?
Oh, I have the one turn of, like, I think it's weakness or something. What is it, a round or a turn? I don't remember. Something about it that I
Yes,
have to
it's
stop.
you're exhausted for one round.
Yeah.
After it wears off.
Okay.
Or stunned, incapacitated for one round.
Right, yeah. Target cannot move or take action until after its next turn.
Well, that could be while we're sitting here talking, so that's not too hard to do.
Well, I mean, Tantin just looks at Spanner and is like, hunt. And Spanner takes off looking for...
Okay.
What?
Good.
That sounds very intense for the guy that we're trying to help, but I'll take it. I turn to Larian and go, "Are you sure you don't want to also do the thing? It's not a problem."
He's asking if you would like to be hasted again.
I'm aware. Larian turns to Tantin. Spanner's not going to kill them, is it? We are trying to take them back alive.
He calls after him. I meant.
He looks at Rowan again, like, hit me.
Perhaps bring Tantin with you, who can tell Spanner not to kill him.
Larian looks at Tantin while you're casting.
I give you haste.
And if he doesn't answer, he's just going to pick him up and go.
Pick who up?
You.
Oh, okay. Right. I was like, Tantin is like sitting there going, I'm pretty sure I wanted you to bring the bug intact.
Exactly.
But no.
That's exactly what happens. All right. 180 again up here.
Okay. So Spanner's top speed is what?
400,000. No.
No, I think he's right.
I'm sure it's more than that. 40. I was close.
Okay.
It's
So
40 times
40.
2.
Probably takes about, he's going to double move. He's probably going to turn. So my guess is you'll catch up to him in about 2 rounds, I would guess, given a little bit of a head start. My question is to Tanton, what is Spanner going to do when he encounters the wayward prisoner, if he's able to do that?
Given the fact that you said when and not if, Tanton told him to hunt, not to kill.
Right, okay.
So he will find the guy, and he will either, depending upon how the guy reacts to Spanner's arrival, he will either corral him, basically acting like a herding dog, and keep him from moving any further away, while calling to say, "Hey, we're over here," basically barking. The thing, or if the guy continues to try to get away, he will take him down. He won't kill him, but he will immobilize him in some way.
Okay. So I think this is okay. This is very useful information. So it doesn't take long with that speed for Alarian, for you and your jockey Tanton here to show up on the scene. And you see 2 things. First of all, you do see the Warforged that you want to make a prisoner down on the ground and struggling, but Spanner has dramatically got the paw on him and basically is sort of like preventing him from moving. But you also see something else, the both of you, and that is a swirling bank of this psychedelic kind of rainbow fog that literally, as you come across, you're like, there they are, what the hell is that, as the fog sweeps over the 2 of them.
Oh, no.
Now, it's not rushing. I don't know how to describe this. It's coming fairly quickly, but not like in any obvious targeted way where it's like, trying to, it's just moving in a general direction of them. So Tanton, you're not going to know, Tren, you're not going to know this. Tanton will not know this, but Spanner obviously is going to be affected by this. So I would like Spanner to make a wisdom saving throw.
He's got this.
If such a thing exists, unless you're going to say that like constructs that I make do not have wisdom and thus.
No, he can make it. I'm just there are immunities that he has, so I'm just wondering what the
right. Okay.
thing is. Anyway.
Oh, I see. What is he immune to? Let me ask that.
I was just going to say I will put this into the
As
chat.
soon as Trend knows, we'll know.
Okay, he is immune to being poisoned, charmed, or exhausted. Okay, that is not, and none of these things are that.
Okay.
So let's have him make that.
4.
Okay. Oh man, I don't know how to describe this. You're playing Spanner, but I don't know what to. Okay, I'm going to describe this from the outside. It actually is going to depend on what you do, Tanton, because I kind of don't want to make Spanner into this, like, for reasons we previously discussed.
Yep.
So, so my question is, what are the 2 of you going to do? Because what you hear from the inside of this thing is this horrible metallic screeching and screaming, and it's coming not from Spanner. It is coming clearly from the Warforged. Now, you don't know what's happening in there. You also don't hear anything from Spanner, except Spanner, I guess, can make metallic barks, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you hear
where he is.
Howling?
Not generally, no. It's just more of like if you could imagine a robotic dog barking. That's close to what it is.
You hear a creature barking in this tortured metallic way over and over and over again.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
So now it depends on what you and Alarian want to do.
That doesn't sound especially good.
No, how far does it? How far off does it seem like when we got there in the fog rolled in? How far were we from them? We could see them.
Yeah, they were probably 60 feet from you, maybe 80 feet. So it's this cloud is maybe 60 feet and is making its way towards you at a decent clip. Although again, it's not like specifically going at you.
Oh, it's on the move.
It's on the move. Yeah.
It's wailing in.
Right.
So they're just getting deep. They're just getting deeper and deeper inside.
What's up, Mermaid?
I just want you to know that I think when they would have taken off, Miriam would have suggested to Rowan and Nisiana that they just follow, just in case they needed them, because we don't have a prisoner to guard. So
Okay.
we would have followed.
That's fine. You'll be a couple of rounds but I'll keep that in
Yeah,
mind.
just
that
so you
sounds
know.
good. Okay.
Alarion will look up over at Mutantan. Do we need to go in and get them?
Well, that's an excellent question.
You have 3 seconds to decide. Otherwise, we're
I
retreating.
didn't tell Spanner to bring him back, so he's just going to keep him there until we get there. And that's going to continue to happen.
Bring Spanner out.
Retrieve!
Okay. Retrieve.
I am retreating as the thing's coming in, but I'm ready to go. It just depends on what we have to do. I tell Mutantan, cast one of your talking rocks.
Before you do that, Tantan, so Spanner does not immediately respond to your command. So you just continue to hear the barking.
Okay.
So now go ahead with the talking rock.
Yeah. So grabbing I presume that
And you, by the way, you can turn those off and on, right?
no.
Okay.
I mean,
It would need to be loud. Because if we're going in, we're going to need some sort of audio thing to home back out on, but I'm not.
yeah, I mean, I
keen
can
on
make it loud
going
enough
in.
for that. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not keen on going in unless we absolutely have to. And if you're somewhat hesitant, then I'm also somewhat hesitant because I can't slice my way through killer.
No.
Psycho fog.
The reason Tanton seems hesitant is I presume you're still carrying him.
Yes, I am.
Okay, he can't reach the ground. So
Oh, yeah,
you're
I
going to have to
said-
hand him a rock or something. You know?
Oh, that's no problem.
Okay.
But I said we, not you.
Okay.
I thought you just always carried rocks for such a reason.
No,
Never mind.
used
Never mind. Doesn't
to.
matter. Doesn't matter. Plenty of rocks around. So we are going backwards, retreating in the face of onrushing weirdo rainbow fog.
Okay.
Not rainbow bright, rainbow fog.
Yeah, very,
Very different.
Rainbow bright.
Rainbow
Yes.
fog is
And-
far less creepy.
By the
Anyway,
way, I
so-
just want to mention at this, there was a private Ja Rule concert, and I swear to God, people said that Ja Rule was taking publicity shots with Rainbow Bright at the expo.
Good.
This is a true story.
I mean, of course, it's the truest of all
As you do.
stories.
As
Right,
you do.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Okay. So you turned around and in retreat. There are a few, I would say about maybe 30 seconds that pass as you are heading back. You're able to keep ahead of it, but it is definitely rolling in your direction
Well,
still.
keep in mind, I'm actually still have the haste on, so I can actually probably outpace it.
Okay, yeah, no. You would have been able to outpace it anyway. It's not coming
Okay.
in like 100 feet a turn.
Okay.
But that means you almost run into
Yes.
Luciana and Rowan and Merrimaid coming the other way. So you all see each other, and you see Alarion and Tantan on the way back with no prisoner and no Spanner.
But we hear them.
I don't know. Do you? Oh, do you hear?
How
the
far away
sound?
are we now? Yeah,
I don't think
exactly.
you hear the sound of the screaming, but you may or may not hear Tantan and Alarion, depending on what they do.
We'll be calling out to you and say, must move this way. And I will tell them the rainbow fog is on the move and it's coming towards us. And it swept over Spanner and our prisoner, and it sounded like they were being, I don't know, recycled. But we made the tactical decision to retreat in the face of whatever the hell that is, because we don't know what it is.
Especially if it's going to do that to you, Alarion.
And I would shudder to think what it's going to do to flesh and blood.
Let's move.
You can now, just on the edge of your vision, sort of see this rainbow swirling kind of fog making its way. Sorry.
Probably right about that point that Tantan would finish carving runes into a rock, and it immediately starts.
Actually,
there you go.
You said you threw the rock in there, right?
He hadn't done it yet because he had to finish carving it first.
Oh, okay.
Now
It takes me a few minutes to do that.
Which is funny because now I don't think we're going to need it. It's like, oh God.
Why?
and he's like, well, what do you tell me to make it for?
In the event we were going to go into the fog, I needed an audio signal to home in on to come back out. But I'm sorry, I think you could probably stop that. Please stop that.
He just pulls out his jeweler's hammer, crack, and just shatters it, and it stops.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have ears to clean out, but they would if they could. So.
How quick is that fog moving towards us?
Pretty good clip. Probably
Maybe
about
we
30, 40 feet around. 20 feet
Okay,
around.
I'm going to do so. Based on the fact that Mary May mentioned the fog, and there's a fog here, what direction did they come from first, and what direction did they go? Like, is there two sides of a fog? Because I'm like triangulating.
Unclear. They sort of went off to the northeast.
Okay.
And then they came across the fog that was this pretty far up to the north, pretty far down to the south. They couldn't see the end of it exactly.
I make a mental note that the dragonfly was heading toward the rough northeast.
That's right.
I just want to make you know that I mentioned that I remember that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And so when it rolled down this way, it then came, and I remember Alarian and Merime came like right up on top of it, and it wasn't moving then, turned and went the other way. Now it's moving, and it seems to be coming in the general southwestern direction, sort of in your way. So you don't know if there's a way around it. I mean, it seems unlikely that it's the entire gray. I mean, probably you get around it somehow.
I'm just making sure that it didn't come, that they didn't encounter it on one side of us and then encounter it on another side of us.
No.
We're starting to come in.
Yeah, no. This is not surrounding you. From what you can tell, this was just they came up to it. It is probably slightly disturbing that when they left and came around, the fog followed, and so there's that. But yeah,
we should go and get out of the gray. I think the prisoner might be gone, and we can come back and check on Spanner later. I'm sorry, Tenton.
All right, I could make another one.
We'll just call him Spanner and never mention this again.
Sure.
Yes, I think we need to move out quickly.
Let's go.
okay.
While everybody else is talking, I want to waste an action.
Okay.
I raise my gun arm to the fog
Okay.
and shoot it. I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic at 4th level.
Shoot
Hmm,
the rainbow.
What kind of noise does that make?
Yes, magic missile in the darkness.
Probably no noise at all.
Okay, that's good. So there's no shrieking on my side from surprise.
Far less than the rock just made. Yeah.
Spell magic. Let me see.
Spell magic at level 4.
Yep.
It's exciting.
This is in the gray. All right. Let me think. Use the power of random to determine what happens. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
So.
Aha!
Oh right. Well, and you have to roll for your wild magic too.
Well, we'll get to the wild magic roll in a sec. So you fire off this. You fire the the dispel magic, and so sort of channeled by the bullet, which is the way we like to imagine this, and it goes directly into the fog. But instead of disappearing, what happens is, it's as if you're watching it carve out a path through the fog. So
Matrix style radiating.
like it just like the fog on either side as it just goes straight through, and so there's a corridor which goes all the way through that you can see in a pretty good distance, having cut through the fog, and you don't know whether to be pleased or not, because the fog in these two portions continues to come towards you, but the column in the middle is now free of magic. Or at least free of the fog. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Cool. Do I see Spanner or the prisoner through this corridor?
Oh man.
Like even a piece of them?
I don't think. Make a perception check for me, but this has to be at disadvantage. You're not going to see much even if you succeed at this, but you might see something. And then we're going to have you make a wild magic search check in a minute.
Fun.
You cast shatter on everyone. Oh. If it isn't the consequences of my actions.
Am I going blind again? Where's perception again?
You just got new glasses. How can you be going blind?
I don't look at this sheet so often. Sometimes it feels like I have no idea where the thing perception.
It's in the core. You found it? Okay.
Oh, at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. I'm so
Disadvantage.
mad.
Yeah, because you're like,
I mean-
aha.
Oh.
It's very far though. You think you might catch a glint of metal at the very edge of your vision, but it's quickly lost, and you're not 100% sure that it isn't just sort of a trick of the light, which is not very great in the gray anyway. It would have been a good distance away. You do not hear anything either down that way, other than just sort of normal noise, but no screaming or screeching. Let's get a wild magic surge, shall we? Or see if there is
Oh
one.
my god.
You got this.
What
Roll
is this
good.
again?
I'm not going to say roll high or
1d20.
roll low.
Right, 1d20.
Oh, D20.
First
Okay.
to see if it
Mm.
happens, and then D1000.
Then the 1d1000. Yeah.
No, didn't happen. No wild magic surge.
Damn.
Ooh, good.
Okay. And it is still making its way, the rest of it that hasn't been pierced by your bullet, towards you.
Yeah, I guess I followed the others then. Yeah.
Are the two halves coming back together? Like, are they flowing like fog,
Not
or are they
yet. No,
two? Hmm.
not yet. But it may be that will happen given another, 60, 80 feet. You're not sure you want to stick around to see.
Or
if
walk
does,
into it
but-
to find out.
Let me check in. All right, surround me. But it does look like it's just the regular gray inside that corridor that's been created. Which, again, is not the way Dispel Magic normally works. But again, the power of random and the gray compels you.
Mm-hmm.
Noted. Cool. Well, I follow the others then, I guess.
Okay. You make your, I'm assuming, fairly hurried ways back towards Salvation and come out of the gray. And you sort of step out of the gray and are in the kind of normal landscape. What do you do? Do you like sort of just step out of the gray and then you're like, keep going and don't look back? Or do you turn back to see what's pursuing you, if anything? Or like, what do you do when you get out of the gray?
I keep looking back.
Okay.
I'd be
Right.
curious too.
Yes.
So when you do that, and you get out of the gray, you see the kind of rainbow, like kind of flowing right up to the edge, and then stops. And it's just now part of the gray that you see, this rainbow kind of shimmering. But it does not advance out of the
Is
gray.
this chase the rainbow, or the rainbow chases you?
Is it the whole way, or is it in
It's
the?
a good distance either way. You'd have to you could try to follow it up a good distance to see if it is all the way or just some of it. But from your vantage point, Nisiana, it's pretty far north and pretty far south
Okay.
along that wall.
So there's no way to see if it was following life or something, or if it was,
Right. Hard to tell. I mean, unless sure, you could go up, and sort of see how far up it goes to the north and the south and see if it keeps going. Like at some point, presumably that means it is following you or it's miles long. I mean, you're not sure.
I asked the group, I'm like, is it alive? Does it follow you? Is this something we should test?
It has the properties of both a magical zone and a non-magical zone at the same time. If it is in that much flux, the damage gained by entering such a field at war in conflict with itself may be too great to even think about.
Well, I don't want to walk into it. I was thinking about just heading north or south to see if I could find the end and then see if it tries to follow us.
That I
Like
would be
it's
keen to
following a
test.
sense of us.
Mhm.
Whether it was just randomness that we ran into it and it followed us, or if it was actually following us. That's not a bad thing to ascertain. It is a bit unfortunate that we lost, our prisoner and Spanner in there.
What happened to them? What?
Oh, we don't know. But
Say that
it's
like
also-
it doesn't bother you.
No, it doesn't. I can make another one anytime I want. So, we should also consider the fact that it may not have necessarily been following, but that sort of implies intent. But it may have been drawn to you, which could simply be a force of nature.
Okay, following versus strong. Is it attracted to living beings? That
Well,
is the question.
The first time Merriman and I encountered the field, I actually stopped and checked to see if it was advancing, and it did not. This one, however, was on the move.
Oh.
I do not know if that data will help you at all.
It is data.
Yes,
Information is good.
It
It
is.
just means there's no assumption that can be made right now because there's not enough to figure out the cause.
Fair.
Or well, we have the choice of doing that or reporting back into about what just happened.
What are the consequences of not bringing this guy with us again?
We were unable to question him about any further orders he had, and what was the guy's name? I'm not going to call him the Bucket. Or what's his actual real name?
General Tyresh is his name.
General Tyresh.
Tyresh.
General Tyresh might be. Did he actually? It was what's her face?
It was Bara.
Bara
It
wanted
was
the prisoner,
Bara,
right?
and also the lieutenant. Sorry, too many names. The lieutenant, whose name I will get you in 1 second. Captain Elaine Aranik had told you, who's the competent one, along with
Right.
Bara, had said that a couple of Bara's breakers had been ambushed by this group, and so they wanted to send you out after that. At which point General Tyresh came in and was basically like, yeah, do whatever, and then basically said, if you come back with this person alive with information or one of these Warforged, I'll give you an additional 200 or whatever it was gold that he was offering.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was actually worth quite a bit to us. Unfortunately, that's not a thing now.
I mean, not making extra gold is a thing that I'm used to. I just don't want to be punished. And
Well-
Bucket sounds like the kind of person who is prone to punishing.
Although if this rainbow fog thing is an issue, then he'll have more in trouble than just a couple of raiding Warforged.
Fair. Counterpoint. Consider that somebody who's probably never been to the Grey before might be fond of finding someone else to blame for that.
I have a feeling General? Is that his name?
General, yep.
Yeah. General Tyresh probably does that often.
Yes. So,
Well, if the raiders are stopped, ideally, there shouldn't be any other troubles, but we have to warn them that this condition, pointing off at the rainbow fog, may be now a thing that they need to watch out for. However, I agree with Nisiana's hypothesis that we should try to maybe follow along it and see if there is indeed an end, so to speak.
That's
That
a
I'm
good
willing
idea.
to do.
As you are standing there kind of looking at the mist, you hear someone hail from behind you and say, adventurers. And if you turn to look, you would see a soldier, not familiar with them, but a Brailish soldier, comes up and sort of salutes and bows their head and says, I'm sorry to trouble you, but General Tyresh has summoned all in the town and has asked for you specifically to come to the lightning rail station. He has grave news and he must brief the town upon it.
Good thing we happened to return at this exact time.
We were
What are
actually
the
going
chances of that?
We were going to find you, actually. There was concern that you were not available, and we knew that you had been sent out to find, I believe they said, the raiding party. Have you found them?
Well, actually, to your first point, we might not be available. We're not quite done with this just yet. Also, I would recommend don't go into that right now.
And he says, what, or they say, what do you, and then looks and kind of pales, and they sort of, yes, we won't do that. I would recommend you go quickly. The general will be, thank you for your time. And then sort of stumbles back a couple steps, sort of a fresh-faced soldier, this one, and stumbles off quickly in the direction of the Lightning Rail Station, which you all know is on the western side of Salvation, opposite
Tyresh
where
is
you
the
are.
one we don't like.
I'm sorry, say again?
Tyresh is the one we don't like, or we do like.
Tyresh is Lord Bucket. That's
Oh,
the
we
guy.
hate him.
Yeah,
we hate
Captain
him. We
Elena
would just as
Rennick.
soon
Yeah.
throw him into this rainbow fog just to test our hypothesis.
It would be, yeah,
Just to see if
very
he's-
idly,
Your raiding party's on the other side of that, sir.
Very idly, I want to perceive a thing about the soldier.
Okay.
I want to see if I can tell whether his nervousness is just generally being wet behind the ears, or whether whether he had been previously admonished before he came to meet us.
Go ahead and make an insight check on this soldier.
Wow.
You're like,
Yeah,
that
man.
soldier is definitely not nervous about something, and you don't know what, unfortunately.
Cool.
Actually, I believe in you.
Aha.
Okay, let's try that again.
Mm-hmm. Much better.
So,
Mhm.
so 12. Yeah, hard to say, Rowan. It doesn't, you didn't really get a sense that there was a lot of nervousness other than just the general, I have to do my job because I'm a soldier and that's what I do, until seeing the rainbow fog that was pointed out, at which point the nervousness level spiked. That might give you a suggestion about, like, I don't want to be near this. You're pretty confident the soldier has never been in the gray, and so probably has just heard legends about it, and, you know, legends about the gray go a long way towards convincing people
And
not
you
to go
can
in
see
themselves.
it from the other side of town where the
Yeah.
floating citadel thing is. Not the citadel, but, you know, it's like, it's not normally that color. I don't like this at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, should we split up and one group go that way and one group go that way to see if it tracks along with us, or if there is a definitive edge? Or should we just all go one direction?
Or should we go talk to...
If this fog stays here, we should probably not keep the general waiting. I have a feeling he will not react dispassionately to such an event. This seems like it will be here when we get back. And in any event, I have a feeling this is not the last we're going to see of this.
And we already have to let him know we didn't bring anyone alive, so he might already be displeased with us. Perhaps the quicker we do it.
Say the fog ate it.
Yeah, which is truth.
No, we don't know that.
But we don't know that that's not what happened.
What we can say for certain is we didn't bring anyone back.
Correct.
And that it disappeared into the fog.
And if he wants to know what we're talking about, he is welcome to take a jolly old jaunt right in there.
I suggest you not say that, Mia Tantan.
Oh, then you probably
maybe
don't want me to go with you.
I say Tantan comes. I think Bucket deserves to hear that. Let's go.
This is...
well, okay. I look at my sister and I'm just like, let's continue this conversation quietly. Because I'm like, okay, so and this is mostly to Ilarion. I have the unpleasant idea that General Tyree thinks he is in charge of us, and he is about to order us to do something.
Well, we have seen. All right, technically, we have already given him that impression, which you are correct, when we went off to do his mission to stop the raiders. For now, I suggest we simply go along with his requests until they become untenable, and then we'll figure out what to do. Right now, I believe as Rowan would say, if we play the cards right, we may be able to get more information out of him than he even knows he's revealing to us. And finding out what the military has planned here is kind of important, I think, at this point in what's going on in the town.
Concerned that he asked for us.
Oh, well, we were.
Well, yeah, by all means, he's the kind of person that thinks that he is not
Don't worry,
that
it's
he
not just
surveys,
us.
and that's actually more useful to us than you might
I'm sure he
imagine
thinks
otherwise.
he's in command of everybody.
Okay.
Exactly.
This whole time
But-
we're walking where we need to go.
Yep, your point is well noted.
So then I have put everyone on the Salvation map. It's been a little while since we've been on this, but
Hey, back in town.
on the Salvation map here. So right there, and I just make sure that you can all control, tokens properly.
Yep.
And such.
Yep. Beep, bop, boop. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So let me just make sure I have something set. Okay, good. Right. So as you head over to the platform, which is right over here, as you come there, you can see Hilar, who you may remember does not live too far from there, is leaning back against the wall of one house, a house nearby, with his arms folded. And when he sees all of you, he kind of nods and kind of stands up, stands straight, pushes himself off the wall, and comes over. And you can see that there's a very large crowd that is amassed of soldiers, of people from Salvation. There's a combination of like excitement over what's happening, combined with maybe some people who want to get a look at this Lord Bucket that everyone knows stories about, positive and negative. And, you know, then perhaps there may be a few people like merchants working the crowd, you know, the standard, right, for Salvation sort of things. But of course, Salvation is bigger these days population-wise because of all the stuff that's happened over the last couple of months. So this crowd is amassed, and Hilar comes over and says, It's good to see you. I'll have to find out exactly what it is that happened to you in the Gray, but you got to speak quickly because he's about to speak. And you can kind of, he sort of jerks his head over his shoulder, and you don't see quite the general yet, but you do see a whole group of soldiers kind of generally making their way towards the rail, which is probably like his, you know, honor guard, security, you know, type of thing that's accompanying him. So Hilar says, we don't have a lot of time. What did you find?
We tracked the raiders and dispatched all but one, intending to take them hostage. One of the bodies released a small, I can only call it as a drone, an insect-like device that the survivor claimed would take our information, including our visages, back to the Lord of Blades. We had to chase that down and destroy it, which we did. And then we encountered what I can only describe as a wall of rainbow-colored swirling fog. That did not move. When we went back, when Merime and I went back to rejoin the rest of the group, the prisoner then attempted to make a break for it and ran into an advancing wall of the same fog, which, from the sounds of it, caused it terrible, terrible damage. We may have also lost our iron. Is it an iron defender, Trent?
Steel, actually.
Steel, sorry. We may have also lost our steel defender, which was dispatched to retrieve him. At that point, we chose discretion as a better part of valor and retreated back to the city. The wall, last we saw it, actually followed us and is now on the outskirts of Salvation.
And
Spread the word. You should spread the word that no one should enter it upon pain of probably what would be imminent death.
Except for Lord Bucket. He's allowed to go in.
And Hilar kind of, you see the sides of Hilar's mouth twitch a little bit, and he's kind of like, yes. And he says, did this stuff came out of the Gray, or it's still inside it?
Still inside, last we saw.
We were going to test and see if it follows bodies or movement or intelligence, but then we got summoned here.
And he kind of sort of looks, he says, you know, you made the right decision. I don't want to lose any of you based on this, but it's not good about the raiders. They did manage to find, though, one other raider who was wandering around, and, well, and he sees, now you do see the general kind of in front, striding forward very dramatically, followed by a group of at least 11 or 12 soldiers, one of which, by the way, is carrying a pail. You're not really sure why that is. And as Hilar sees this, he says, after this is over, we need to talk, because what happened to that scout they found, or whatever it was, well, I'll tell you about it in a minute, but it's not good. And at this point, the general is up now, steps up onto the raised platform, and the crowd is, you know, like all buzzing in excitement.
Rutabaga, yes.
Go ahead, Ron.
I turned to Ilarion and go, we're gonna learn that there's a Warforged head in that pail, aren't we?
Yes.
How big is that pail, Arv?
It looks like a regular sized bucket, basically.
And they kind of
they put it on his head, yeah.
You're gonna crown himself King Bucket.
That's exactly right.
Anyways. They just look back at you impassively. Typically our heads are too large to fit in a normal sized bucket, so I'm inclined to take that bet.
I'm putting in mind speech. I really hope we're not about to find out the general had the scout tortured.
I wouldn't put
Of
too
all-
much
Wait,
behind
I'm sorry.
him.
Which scout? Our scout?
The scout they found that was wandering out there, the enemy scout.
Oh.
Unless I'm
That's right. This is a different. Yeah, this is not the same one. I mean, you don't think it's the same one.
no,
Okay.
but he did say they found a scout, which is, and I'm assuming an enemy scout.
Gotcha.
Right.
Right.
Of
Right.
all
I
the
had forgotten
cowardly-
that part. Yeah.
Of all the cowardly and glory-seeking things that we already know about General Tyresh, this would not surprise me. But it would be very disturbing all the same.
Agreed.
And I will also mention there that there is, as he comes up, you can see onto the platform. You can see the sort of people that are behind him. I mentioned that one of them kind of looks like an aide of some kind is carrying this pail. And there's also a pretty strong, now I think I mentioned this before, but there's a strong scent of what?
I was just going to ask if this aide looked like Mel Brooks. Sorry, go ahead.
No. No, if only.
You look like the piss boy. Sorry, go ahead.
This sort of whiff of cologne, like very strong cologne, kind of drifts off him. You would notice this before, but like it's even stronger somehow. And again, the aide is, you don't know what the heck is going on with this pail, but regardless. So Tyresh strides up and he holds up a hand and then kind of dies down. He says, "My fellows, doom is upon us," he calls out, and there's a little wry smile you can see crossing his lips.
Death is coming. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Or so it thinks. Thanks to my own clever investigations, I've learned that the Lord of Blades has sent a host to raise salvation to the ground. And he pauses, and there's this, you know, and Hilar kind of looks over at all of you and kind of raises an eyebrow. He says, "But," Tyresh goes on, "we shall be ready. The might of Arganth shall protect you." And he throws his arm wide towards the floating fortress. "Sergeants, gather your underlings and report to your lieutenants for your assignments. Dismissed. All except for the heroes of salvation. I would like to speak to you directly." And so the people kind of, as he says, the heroes of salvation, the people kind of turn around and they all see you. And they kind of, a couple of people are like, "Oh," you know, kind of noted. And then the crowd begins to disperse along with these soldiers into their individual sort of squads. And Tyresh takes
the
a few
bucket
steps
holder is still
down
holding
just
the
to them.
bucket. Nothing.
Just
poured out.
still
No
holding the bucket.
confetti. No water.
No.
No. Warforged parts. No. Nothing.
How
the
is
clone
the bucket
coming from the bucket?
moving?
Well, do you want to get close enough to see what's in it?
Well, we're gonna have to talk to him.
Well, yeah,
That's
I
true.
think we're not gonna have a choice. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, the
Yeah.
aide is behind him a few steps. So, and it kind of is clearly...
Pretty sure I have the height to see what's in that sucker.
Okay. So when he comes down off the platform and he walks over, and Tyresh is, looks kind of tall. I mean, he looks the part, right? I mean, he sort of looks impressive. Ilarion, now I don't want to, I don't want to gross anyone out here. I will just say that there is
Good
something
luck.
quite foul, and you don't know what it is. Some weird kind of brownish something in the bucket. Kind of a liquidy substance.
Well, and the funny part is, I have no sense of smell.
Right.
So just like some sort of weird liquid or solution
Those
or
of you who do have a sense of
suspension.
smell the unmistakable battle of cologne battling with another much more familiar and fouler scent.
I'm not getting too close to that.
And
Pleasant.
yeah. And he, at least the good news is there's no Warforged head in there, since you were all worried about that.
I mean,
at least there's that.
Yes, that's true.
And he says, it's the heroes of salvation. And who are you? He says to Hilar. And Hilar sort of raises an eyebrow and he says, "Oh, I'm just a interested observer." And the general kind of, "Well, I'm sorry, but this is only for military." And Hilar says, "Oh, I think I've got that covered."
He's
And
with us.
the aide kind of whispers, one of the aides, not the same one holding the bucket, whispers something to General Tyresh, and you also see now that Bara has come up along with the captain, Elaine Ironic, are
Right.
both there. And it's actually the captain, I should say, not the aide, who kind of whispers something in his ear, and he says,
And,
Oh.
and what is the general's reaction when he hears what? Since I already know what he's going to whisper in his ear, how does he react? Does his body language change at all?
make an insight check for me.
Sure.
May I also make an insight
Sure.
check? Because I am watching.
Sure, you may.
Also same.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also watching.
Someone
You know
do
what?
better. Oh wait,
You know, she probably believes in you.
I was about to say,
Yes.
would
That's
someone
good because I am.
would someone believe in me, please?
Nice.
I'm
Wow,
believing in you. I
nice.
believe in you.
I will come back to Rowan in a minute.
All right, hold on.
Go
I
ahead,
have to
Larry.
re-roll that. I have to roll that.
I get advantage. Natural 20.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, very good.
Nice.
My
Rowan
next
and
one was
I
a
are-
15.
Apparently,
so-
I'm very short and I am behind people because I do not like this guy and my face is not.
Yeah.
My face will want to talk to a manager.
Yeah, my face so much, just your face. So I would say that with a 15, that Alarian, you can tell that there is something subtle that changes in Bucket's demeanor. Or I should stop calling him that. He is General Tyresh.
I don't
The fact
know.
that is-
Yeah, just,
You
yes.
all can call him what you want, but with awareness of consequences. So Tyresh, you can see sort of there's a subtle change. I would say that Merime and Rowan though can see more than this. You get the distinct impression that there's kind of he sort of looks, kind of tilts his head, and there is a narrowing of the eyes. If you had to guess, Rowan, I would say that in a game of poker, where you've just proven to someone that you actually know what you're doing and you're not a buffoon when it comes to playing cards, there is an assessment that takes two parts. One is this person's actually better than I thought. The other one is, F this guy. And there's a little bit of that sort of, I'm supposed to be the best guy in the room type of thing. So there's a bit of that comes out. Now, I should point out, by the way, that you also know that the details of Hilar's, like, this is only limited even what the captain knows, right? Because it's basically a secret thing. So it's not like Hilar's like, I'm the guy who does that, he wouldn't know all of that, but he would know that Hilar has a military role and that he reports to the King of Braylon directly. So he would know those two things. If that's
So
what,
essentially,
if that's what the captain
essentially the thing that I learned is that Lord Bucket only just realized that he can't beat pocket aces.
I think so, or if he's going to, it's going, or he's angry at the person who has them. Yes, there might be something to that.
He might flip a table.
Yeah. Or have an aide flip a table. You flip
I
that
am
table.
grinning very widely at this moment.
Let's go home, Smithers, and we'll destroy something tasteful for a change.
So he says,
And Merrimack?
very well, you can stay. And
Okay.
he says, now, you are, of course, widely known, as I've been told, to be Salvation's greatest warriors. That is the information that I've been given. It's because of you that Salvation even still exists, and you deserve great praise for your cleverness. And therefore, I have decided that it is most important for you to assist the army in fortifying Salvation. There is an assault coming. It is an assault that may sweep over this entire town, and it's my responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen. Therefore, it is important that you assist the army to make sure that Salvation is safe. And he sort of stops dramatically. I would note that right now, I'm assuming I don't know what it's for, but someone is shooting off in the distance fireworks near where I live. So just imagine that concept, like fireworks going off
Behind
every
you.
time he says something, yeah. With an aide, like, lighting a bottle rocket or something. Woo! Like, fine, it was good.
Holding up two sparklers.
Thank you.
Ooh.
That's exactly
No,
right.
he's not quite that lame. But,
Oh,
and
come
he
on.
says,
But he can see it from here.
yeah,
He
sure.
doesn't have far to go.
There are 4 areas that I need you to help for the 4 T's, and he looks around at his group, of tactical superiority. 4 T's.
Wait, just like Brannigan on Futurama, the aide goes,
He says, first, trenches. We'll need some trenches because I've read somewhere that the Warforged are particularly poor climbers. And then he sort of catches sight of you hovering, Ilarion, and he's like, most Warforged are poor climbers, so I need a series of trenches dug around the outpost perimeters. That is T number 1. And he looks around, a couple of his aides nod. And then second T, traps. Firework. Traps. Thanks to my extensive studies, I have learned and decided, without the aid of my advisors, mind you, that I would like traps set throughout this outpost, especially in alleys and side streets. We need to force the Lord of Blades forces into open combat in the main avenues. I know that you have some familiarity with this combat. You fought for this town before with the second T. You can do it again. And a couple of the aides sort of nod. Hilar is just sort of like the ultimate set face expression of looking at this.
And Ilarion, at some point, they glance at him very, very briefly. It's like their eyes flick to him more than once while listening to this grand plan of his.
Yep. And he says the third T, training. These people are certainly, brave, but combat ready. Combat ready, no. They're not. They're not ready for combat. And I would like you, who are all experienced fighters and warriors, to conduct drills to show the greener troops how to fight. And he kind of smiles widely at all of you sparkling white teeth that blind you, right? Yeah. If there could be
my sword
teeth,
couldn't do it any better.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the final T, tasks, various. And he pauses and then he sort of looks around. He says, I've studied under several veteran strategists of the hobgoblin variety. And as you're processing that, he says, and I have gotten some miscellaneous details which are make or break a solid plan. We need to ensure that shelters are fortified for the outpost civilian population. We need to see that lines of communication and supply are cleared and accounted for, and that infirmaries are well stocked and ready to receive casualties, although infirmaries won't be necessary because, he winks, of the third T.
I think he's balmy. He's just stark raving mad.
With these 4 T's, we will preserve salvation, and we will taste the final T, the victory.
Yeah, over the link, Luciana just simply says very quietly, I hate this guy.
He needs some of those sparkling teeth of his broken.
Like y'all have never heard her like say that, but she's just like, this is the guy that gets everybody killed.
And he says, well, you have 2 days to complete your duties, and best of luck to you. I'm off to attend to other preparations.
2 days!
Give us the intel
that
that you have.
He turns on his heel and paying no attention, marches off.
What intel does he have?
With the aide behind us holding the bucket.
I actually dashed to go in front of him and block his effing path.
Okay, so when... So when you
all 7'6" of me.
I'll cast Shatter on them. I'm kidding.
And I lean over him and say again.
Well, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's take this one step at a time. When you go in front of him and block him, immediately 10 of his soldiers surround you. Immediately.
I do not move.
Okay, they don't do anything.
I know.
But they surround you, and Halar kind of comes up, and Halar's like, perhaps we should all just sort of dial back a little bit. There's nothing to worry about. Ilarion just has a question. And Tyresh sort of glares up at you, not apparently affected at all by your presence, and says...
Oh, he's got to look up, and that's the important
Well, he does have to look up. And he says, yes, what is it? Make it quick.
You said 2 days before the assault is to happen. How in the universe's name do you expect all that to be accomplished in 2 days?
I have an army.
I assume you have a corps of army engineers that will be able to help us design these fortifications you think are going to magically spring out of nowhere.
First of all,
I assume you have 4 engineers to help us design the traps you so blithely assume can be created by these civilians.
So now,
where is the help from the army?
Now, one thing I want to point out here is, to be clear, Ilarion, as I recall, does not have a lot of intonation difference in their voice. Is that fair to say, John?
Technically, yes, that's true, but it can get louder.
Okay.
And they are loud.
Okay, well that's important because there might have been a tone comment otherwise, but because there isn't, and it's just the noise, he sort of waits and then says, "Of course, I have an army, and of course, the army is going to be working alongside you, in fact, doing much of the work. I certainly wouldn't send you to do the 4 Ts by yourselves. There are only 5 of you, however able you may be. That said, you have expertise that the citizens of Salvation may lack. Hence, I have sent you off to do this because I have, another T, trust in you. I trust my trust is not misplaced."
I guess you'll have to wait and see. And then they step aside and allow him to go prance off to wherever the hell he's going to prance off to.
Okay.
Greg, while that's
Sure.
happening, you said Barrow was there, right?
Yes, Barra looks very, as uncomfortable as a Warforged can look, Barra looks, yes.
Okay, and Barrow's helped us before.
Yes, absolutely.
So I will ping her mentally.
Okay.
And I'll be like, don't freak out, it's just Mirame. I'm just having a chat with you.
And Barra kind of sort of
You
glances
can talk
but
to me
doesn't.
in your mind.
Yeah, okay.
You can talk to me in your mind. It's all good.
Oh, all right. What is it?
What intel did he get and how did he get it exactly?
Well, I'll tell you when he leaves, but don't antagonize him.
I won't antagonize him. This is just between you and I, and it's in your mind again. Nobody will overhear us.
Well,
So
don't let any of the rest of your companions antagonize him either, or you'll spend the next couple of days in the brig or in jail or something.
it's okay. They won't. They'll be great. They're not. They're just getting information. That's Ilarion.
There's
It's
just
like
glaring, yeah, like
yeah,
like,
it's fine. Ilarion just wants extra information. That's all. It could help us if we knew exactly what was happening.
I talked to Hilar about it also, and I'm happy to speak more. The captain knows too, although the captain may be, and you can see the captain is already like walking alongside, looking for all the world like he's been asked to repeatedly swallow lemons while he goes. Like he is not happy about having to accompany the general, but he's the captain, not the general. But Bara has been left behind, and says that she'd be happy to speak to you along with Hilar about this.
All right.
And as the general sort of strides off with Ilarion staring after him, the aide hurrying after him, you can see a little bit of the brownish liquid spills out from the bucket onto the ground. And I think it's with that pleasant image that we're going to take our break. You are watching Day 38 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Session 3 of Eberron. This is Oracle of War, Lord Bucket Part 2. And boy, is it not fun to have to deal with a military commander who doesn't know what the flippity flip he's doing. But fortunately, the King's Citadel knows what they're doing, and hopefully that's going to improve things. You are watching the amazing Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Brandon O'Brien. We will be back to you. It's about 10, so can I have us back at 10:10? Is that cool? And then we'll play for another hour.
indeed.
10:10 wins news. So we will be back momentarily while the players during the green room talk about how much they absolutely hate this bastard.
And Ilarion regains their composure.
We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Everybody, please hold tight.
How many?
All right, and we are back. Welcome back, everybody. We are back with the crew, just about the full crew. I didn't hear what Trent was saying, but I think that was coming soon or shortly.
Yeah, back shortly, yes.
Okay, awesome.
Me and Tantan is looking for spanner parts while he makes popcorn.
Yes, that seems very reasonable. And yes, welcome back. And there are a couple of people in chat who wanted to make popcorn also based upon what we saw. Programming, no chat. We will go for another hour, and then we'll stop. I'm going to stop us like right, at 11:15 if I possibly can. So 1 hour from now. And the party now has a decision to make. Obviously, I know you wanted to talk to Hilar and Bara. You also have those tasks that if you want to do these tasks, you'll have to divide yourself up among them because you probably won't have time to do all of them all as a group. So we'll talk about how you want to handle all that. But first, I'm assuming you have other things that you wanted to do in terms of speaking to people. But you do have, just be aware that there is a general time limitation of this 2-day thing to keep in mind before this invasion happens, assuming the intelligence is correct.
Yes, but I think we can spare 5 or 10 minutes to get some questions out of the captain and Bara.
Oh, yeah. Well, the captain is not. The captain's with the general right now, but Bara is here, as is Hilar.
That's almost even better.
Yeah.
Actually, since Marimay's been talking to Bara already, do you want to just continue? Marimay?
Yeah, I mean, if you want. Did everybody leave
you-
now, or?
Yeah,
It's pretty much
crowd
us,
is
her, and
dispersed. That's right.
Hilar.
Yep. And you could head back to Hilar's home if you wanted, or something along those lines. But that's
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe let's head back so we can speak in full privacy. I'm
Probably
gonna
a
ping.
good idea.
I'm gonna just ping everyone else and just suggest like maybe let's head back to Hilar and Bara can give us some good information. Hopefully.
okay. So if you want to head down here to Hilar's home,
Perfect.
you
Okay.
can do that.
Yes.
Also, hi, Dragon Spear. And let's see. Yeah, you're somewhere up to the right there, John. I think. Hilarious.
Yep, coming. Hold on.
You just didn't come.
Zoom. Along the way, I need to talk to Rowan for a moment. So as we're walking, I'll kind of hang back as inconspicuously as a 7'6" armored guy can hang back with Rowan and ask him about how long were you in Salvation before we arrived?
Quite a while. Admittedly, not as long as the last time that I've been in Salvation, because I was in the middle of, let's say, an errand. But I've been in Salvation for quite a few years recently. I've seen all the troubles, if that's what you're asking.
They kind of cocked their head at that statement, but then let it go. And what errand were you in the middle of accomplishing when we first encountered you?
The kind that you don't want further details about because it would make you complicit.
Very well. In your dealings in town, then no doubt you know of Zodor Terev.
Yes. I'm quite familiar with...
Well, then I have an errand for you. It
Do
is
you?
Yes, it is of utmost importance that Zodor Terev be located, as they have gone to ground for some reason. And since you're the one who is most familiar with him, I am certain that you could probably find him. Unless, of course, you wish to dig ditches, make traps, train people, or, what was it, other tasks various.
So, okay, here's the thing. I'm going to present this information to you as if this is information you don't know, but I'm gonna guess that it's information that you do know. I'm familiar with Tarev in the way that a snake charmer is familiar with a cobra.
Then intimately, great, we have no problem then.
That's not what you're supposed to get from that analogy.
Perhaps you'd better try another one then.
Now you know how it feels when I say 3 days 3 to 5 days. You're like, okay, 3 days. No, that is not what I said.
Elsewhere in the scene, Tanton is obviously sneezing.
Right.
Listen,
I've
Rowan Shallow, you are known to associate with people of, shall we say, less than stellar repute. I need
Yes.
you, regardless of how you know him, I need you to figure out a way to bring him out to see you. And by you, I mean us. And by us, I mean you and me. And I need this done as soon as possible.
to be sure.
It is of, I am not exaggerating when I say the actual entire existence of salvation may depend on it.
Funny you should put it like that, because barring a lot of bloodshed, I'm not sure speaking to Tara is actually even useful or valuable. What exactly do you need? Are you sure you can't get it by other means?
Well, that you don't need to know because it would make you complicit.
Jeez.
Suffice it to say that Zodor Terov and I have a history that even you are not aware of. If I can just see him and speak to him for a few minutes.
Does the history require a lot of violence? Because that tends to be his only history.
Not yet, but then a new chapter is always waiting to be written. And I am the
So long
one,
as
and they flex a big fist, and this time I am the one willing to write it.
So long as it only includes me as a footnote. Here's
You
what I
are
can
only
guarantee.
You are only an intermediary. I guarantee you shall not come to harm. You have my word.
I'm going to assume that because this is the first time I'm ever taking the word of a machine, that it's worth more than the word of mere flesh, which has never done me good. I will give you this much. Tarev is very well secluded at this point and may take days to whistle out. His network is very deep. He doesn't need to be on the surface to do much work. I will, barring having to blow someone's warehouse up, have to take quite a bit of time to actually get him to emerge. Are you fine with waiting until after whatever strikes salvation to see him?
You have 24 hours.
This is not helping.
If you need to destroy something of his to bring him out, then do so on my orders. I don't care what needs to be done to bring him out of whatever hiding hole he has squirreled himself away in. Do it. And I will take the heat from anyone who comes down on you. However, I will say if you think you need to destroy perhaps the Church of the Silver Flame, we should probably talk first. If it is a simple warehouse, do whatever needs to be done. Create, I don't know, make up a story about a diamond as big as you. I don't care what it takes. Bring him out at all costs.
Noted.
And other than I'm not so churlish as to call it an insult to call me a machine, but I am not. However, I would think by now that you have traveled with us enough to know that my word, I should mean something. Whether it means more than anyone else around us, I cannot say. But I do not give it lightly, and when I do, I hold fast to it. That I can assure you.
You are either quite the talented confidence artist or incredibly naive. Either way, I'll take it.
If you mean confidence as in I believe you have the ability to do what I'm tasking you with, then yes. Guile is not any part of my operating system.
Naivete then. I'll accept it. Fair enough. 24 hours. If anyone asks how anything got on fire within the first 20 of those things, tell them it was you. The rest I'll handle.
I will say that the fire originated of unknown origins. I can't be doing much if I'm in jail.
Fair.
I would suggest, though not order, that be a last resort, but I will only suggest it. As I said, I tasked you whatever you need to make him pop his head up.
No.
Short of wholesome murder. Let's put that caveat on it. Okay?
Yes.
All right. I think we understand each other. You are welcome to sit in on the meeting if you have questions, which I no doubt you probably do. And then I think you need to start this immediately afterward.
Quite a bit. It turns out being in your companionship for barely a week and nearly dying 3 times in a row is actually very unpleasant.
But
so yes.
The key word there is nearly. They just nod matter-of-factly.
I look down at my healing wounds and then look right back up at Illyrian and go, yes, sure, nearly.
You are still upright. You are still breathing. All is well. And they open the door because we're at Hilar's house and motion you inside.
This is not going to last long.
I note, by the way, that we began with a certain thing, like we need this, and then like caveat after caveat. It's like, all right, maybe don't burn the church down. Okay, not wholesome murder. Okay, not like so. Like
I realized I had to refine the operating instructions here. Otherwise,
red line.
The town is in ashes. Like I got him.
It was the point at which you said, whatever you do, I'll take the heat. And then he's like, well, unless you set things on fire, then exactly. I'm just going to say it was something else. I'm
maybe
like,
don't
you
kill
just
somebody.
Said.
Oh, my God. Rowan Illyrian Brocom when. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, when you enter, you can see now this is obviously Hilar's house, which I think all of you, including Rowan, have been in before. But it's not a huge place. And in here, you do see that Sky Blue is there again, but Sky Blue seems preoccupied a little bit. With it's sort of preoccupied at the moment, and is kind of focusing on sort of scribbling in a journal. And she kind of looks up and, and kind of nods to you, and then goes back to scribbling in the journal. And Hilar, when you come in, says, "I'll explain later on, but." First, we ought to have a talk about what you just heard. I'll answer any questions that I can. And Bara sort of nods. I'm going to expect you to answer the rest. I don't much. I know some details that you told me, but not everything. And Bara nods and says, does it pop up my thing? Yes, I can try to give you the information that I have. And I just want to say before I start that anything in terms of what you're supposed to do, Salvation is going to come under attack. I did the interrogation myself, and I believe it's the Lord of Blades. But, and then kind of sees that you have your hand raised, Rowan.
So, I'd like to get that interrogation out of the way kind of immediately. First and foremost, the rest of this team went, in my mind, above and beyond in quite hostile circumstances, specifically to ensure that no harm would come to Salvation under this work. Who the hell did you speak to, and how on earth are you so sure that we're going to be struck in 2 nights' time?
And Bar nods and says, yes. Well, so first of all, just about that, I'm already authorized, and I got this through the captain, who more or less approved it through General Tyresh. When I leave here, I'm going to give you vouchers. Each of you are going to get a 150 gold piece voucher for work that's been done so far. It's a small pittance, I know, but we're trying. Anyway, to go back to what you said about the actually DM note. So please remember that I gave you this 150 gold voucher. All that means is that you just basically have to go to, you may remember right underneath Argonth, they have this like whole military thing set up, basically like a little camp. So you can go there basically and turn these in for what would be the equivalent of, 150 gold towards things. If you pooled it all together, along with whatever gold you have, you might be able to get some of the items that I previously mentioned. And I know that some of you took notes down on some things you might or might not want. I'm just letting you know that as we go through. Yeah, what, John?
No, just agreeing.
Yeah.
But go on.
So, Bar says, not that long after you left, probably about Oh, I would say an hour or so. There was this horrific screaming and screeching on the outskirts of Salvation. Some of the soldiers got wind of it, went over and managed to subdue this Warforged. And I do mean subdue. It was a scout, but it looked like it was in terrible shape. And, well, it might have been one of the raiders that attacked. No one really knows for sure. What they do know is he kept screeching about the last war. It was like he was reliving it over and over again, talking about blood and death and destruction and murder and fire in the sky, and then kept saying something about rainbow mist and blood. I don't know what it's from, but whatever it is that he ran into, he must have come from it out of the gray. He stumbled out of it, and the next thing you know, he's there. Well, we weren't going to miss a chance, and I managed to interrogate him. And let me tell you, that was no easy business. He spent most of the time swearing that doom was nigh, we were all going to die in terrible blood and fire, and he kept confusing it with stuff that happened in the last war. I fought in that war too, I know what that was like. But he kept talking about it and saying that it was likely it was going to happen again, and that the Lord of Blades was going to bring down vengeance, and the only thing we could do was purge all of us with fire. That was the only way to clean and cleanse everything. And then, and he kind of looks over at Hilar, who's just been sort of watching steadily. And then Bara sighs and says, well, I had gotten about all the information I thought I was going to get, but I started to ask about a location for the Lord of Blades. And then he just kept, well, he screamed again, and then he fell over. He's dead. Near as I can tell, he had a heart attack, or the equivalent for a Warforged. It was like the energy just blinked out all at once. I don't know what happened to him, but it felt to me almost like he was done with whatever it was he was seeing. It's not something I ever want to see again, I'll tell you that. But the information I'm pretty confident is good. And we've had people talking about advanced scouts, aerial ones, talking about things they could see somewhere in the gray. So I'm guessing that if it's not quite the right timeline, it's got to be close. And we've had enough information, even the fact that the Lord of Blades have been close enough, that thing that you managed to get destroyed was coming up and down the border of the gray, capturing people and obviously working them until they keeled over from death and exhaustion. They're getting bolder and bolder. It was only a matter of time before the Lord of Blades was going to try to hit us with everything he had. So that's the information I have, and when I told the captain told the general decided it was time to get prepared. Got himself dressed up in his finery, and you heard what happened next.
So I'm pretty sure what you just described is literally the thing that we just prevented from happening. That is to say, the Warforged that you interrogated, the Warforged that you saw emerge from the grey, very, very sorely beaten, and frantically speaking about Rainbow Mist, is the same Warforged these four beat to a pulp and then had scurry into Rainbow Mist in the grey, only to be left screaming for several hours, at which point we left.
But you mean you saw him before he was like that?
We need to see
They're the
him.
reason he's like that, and we'd like to speak to him further.
Yeah, we need to see the body right now.
I can't do it, it's already been dismantled. The general thought that if we kept the body around, that whatever it had could spread to some of the others, the Warforged like me. He ordered it dismantled and the parts thrown into the gray.
Grand.
There's no part of it left?
No, unless you count the weapon that it was carrying, kind of this weird, jagged sword thing. I think that's probably still back at the headquarters, but I don't know.
Did the guy we saw have a weird, jagged sword thing?
Not when you saw him.
Yeah, I don't think this is the same one.
The timeline does fit. It might be.
I mean, teleportation is a hell of a thing. But that seems... Wait.
Would Spanner not have maybe come out too, though? if it was the same one or.
What direction did you find from the town? What direction did you find this Warforged?
The sound was coming from the northeast of town. He stumbled out probably, I don't know, a good hour or two before you got there.
And we headed off to find the bandits. What was it? East, southeast? No, west, southwest?
No, you went east. You went east and then eventually started heading northeast. It does, and I will mention, by the way, that what you said about teleportation aside, it is true that the Gray does bizarre things in terms of distance distortion, and it is possible that it may have seemed like at a certain distance or direction that it got turned around, or it could be a different
closer.
Warforged.
I thought we went more to the south, but turns out we were close enough where that.
Yeah, you went through that little forest area that was like directly to the east and south, but then the path basically curved up to the north. So yes, you were in the eastern portion of town, but then the insect went off to the northeast. You might remember, and that's where
I do. I was
there.
just going to bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we lost Spanner. God damn it. Frick.
Yeah, and Bara confirms, by the way, that they have not seen Spanner or any Steel Defender like coming out of the Gray.
So, all right, and Larian kind of just puts her fingers together, and there's a long pause before they speak, but it's like, Bara, as a military, she's a non-commissioned officer, right? Isn't she a sergeant?
Yes, I think that's right.
That's fine. Soldier.
Yes.
You do realize the only source you are claiming is definitive for this incoming attack is I think I'm being polite by calling it the ravings of a half-mad Warforged. Now, granted, fortifying the town's probably not a bad idea either way, but I have to say I hardly find this account credible that an invasion force is going to sweep down here anytime soon.
Bar kind of sighs and says, look, this is off the record, all right? I'm not a fan of General Tyresh. I don't much like the way the man conducts his business, and I know the way that he got to be general in the first place, and it wasn't through tactical skill and superiority. But that said, I've been in war long enough, and so have some of you. And Bara's eyes kind of flicker to Halar and also to Merime a little bit, having, because remember, Bara was around the last adventure too, so I had a chance to talk a little bit about it. I've been next to people who have gone mad, who have lost it completely, people who've come back after the war, who've spent time talking about nothing other than things from their childhood, who basically abandoned their adulthood that was taken from them when the war happened. But I know when someone is telling the truth, even through madness. And I'm telling you right now, this creature was not having delusions when it expressed some of what it was. Yes, it was confused and mixed, but a lot of the things that it was talking about were things relating to the present day. We already knew about the Lord of Blades from some of the run-ins you've had with them, multiple times actually. And a lot of the things it was talking about had the ring of truth. Can I guarantee you, knowing, having plans in front of me, written plans, that salvation will fall in 2 days? No. But if I were the general, I would have ordered something similar. Although, and then again, Bara, doesn't have any eyes to roll exactly, but kind of just like, sort of looks, and then you hear a metallic sigh, and then says, I probably wouldn't have ordered it in the way that he did, but nonetheless, do I think that something has to be done? If it were me, yeah. I'm not an officer of the line, but that's what I would do. I'm convinced this one's telling the truth.
Was anything mentioned about the Lord of Blades forces or what might be falling down upon us? I mean,
yes.
We have theories, but...
He said that the army would fall like rain and would sow the fields to prepare for the harvest.
All right, that's very poetic and disturbing. Thank you.
It's kind of, there's kind of an uncomfortable silence, and you notice all you hear for a moment is just sort of the scratching of pen on on paper as Sky Blue is writing away in her journal.
So they have
and
more of those flying things and are going to aerially assault the town, which means the trenches, if his words are to be believed, will be completely useless.
I don't think he meant it like rain. At least it didn't sound like it. I think
It's
he just
an
might have
oddly
meant harvest.
specific reference.
Yeah, could
Not march over the ground, trampling everything in his path, falling like rain. If you are going to ascribe meaning to the being's words, I think it's one that we need to think very long and hard about, because why should we exhaust our troops digging trenches for 2 days that will be immediately useless? Not only useless, actually be bad for us if we have to retreat over them.
There are several songs that he might be aware in the Grey that use that kind of word in the area that I've heard, and it just meant great numbers. So either he'd heard songs and liked them, and it meant great number, or he was literal. That I'm afraid we won't know because he's torn to
Gone.
pieces.
And considering the general is taking his tactics out of Tactics 101, I am afraid that he will be very easily able to be outfoxed.
Well, the one thing I know is I will want to set up a trauma center because there will be casualties.
I think we should get to work. Regardless, the town will need defenses, and we need to help them get ready.
Rowan, you were going to say?
Yeah.
I turn to Hilar and I go, so most of us know better than many other people that Salvation has taken its fair share of flattenings before. And it's been not worth much then, and it is less valuable as an exercise now. So, is it possible instead that, and I widen my eyes dramatically to Hilar as I'm saying this, as I go, isn't it possible that you have other sources of intelligence that may be able to tell you how best to secure Salvation's defenses? And if not, wouldn't it just be better to take everyone and evacuate anyway?
So Hilar kind of nods slowly and looks at Bara, who doesn't say anything, and then says, I think the evacuation idea might be a good one, but there's two problems. One, if we abandon here, first, I don't know that the general would allow it. Now, you can say, well, we'll just ignore it and evacuate anyway. He's just as likely to get his soldiers to arrest the people. He thinks that giving up Salvation here would be a mistake. It would be showing that we had given ground to the Lord of Blades. The second, more important...
That's good for him. He's a he's a bucket.
He nods, and he's like, I agree with you. I'm not... And he kind of looks at Bara, and then he says, since it's all off the record, I'm not a fan of the general either. But there's a second problem, I think. The Lord of Blades is not going to be interested in taking Salvation because it's a village or a town with a big floating fortress above it. He's going to want to take it to send a message. You can tell that based on the things that he has. He needs resources, Rowan, and in this case, resources means people. He's going to take his troops and go and follow as far as he can, grab everyone, take them, and bring them back. We could put them all on a lightning rail, but we wouldn't get them all on at once. And even if we did manage to do that, that lightning rail would be just as vulnerable to attack as anything else. If we let him go through now, here, in this spot, then not only have we allowed our ranks to be broken, not only have we dropped morale, but we have essentially taken away the one defense that we've got, which is the army and you from protecting these people. That's even if you could convince all of them to escape to evacuate in 2 days, and I doubt they'd be willing to do that. As far as the last thing he says is, and the only other thing I'll say about intelligence is, I do not have a lot of extra sources except ones in the military The military's rumors are basically the same. There's all kind of concern about the Lord of Blades now, and there's rumors that the Lord of Blades is somehow working with other nations to try to get us looking in the wrong direction and all sorts of stuff. I doubt the Lord of Blades works for anyone other than himself and the rest of the Warforged under him, but the truth is that there's a lot riding on this, and as usual, the hammer's going to hit the anvil right here in Salvation. Go ahead, Nisi, I know what you're going to say.
It's like, well, what about the tunnels? We could put all of the civilians who can't fight, the infirm, the children, down in the tunnels.
You mean the
Assuming they're still intact
Right.
in
I
the
was gonna ask that.
junkyard.
I was just gonna ask
Remember, the Colossus one day decided to wake up and walk out of town.
Yes, but there were a lot of tunnels.
You go check them out. It's not. I mean, I it's a good idea if they still exist. Let's put it that
It's
way.
the only thing I can think of to take those who cannot fight. Otherwise, you would need to put them somewhere where they're trapped. At least in the tunnels, they have a chance to run if they need to.
Wouldn't we be trapping them down there if someone found them? Weren't those tunnels used by the Emerald Claw?
They apparently went all the way to the Gray, all the way to there were many. We just didn't go down there again because
Other matters demanded our attention. The
well,
only
also,
problem.
yeah, Aurelian
Go ahead.
was down there.
Yeah. My only fault with that and them leaving the city is they're going to be going right into the fog.
The thing is, they don't have to stay there down there. They basically have to take shelter down there on the day of the supposed attack. That's, or I mean, there's got to be there are many basements. I would not be surprised if any one of those basements connected to a tunnel somewhere. The thing is, if we get them underground, the fighting people and the soldiers and us will have a chance at keeping them safe. Otherwise, it's going to be what happened during the last time Salvation got stuck. They tore open buildings to attack the civilians. Do you think that wouldn't happen again?
Well, no, but keep in mind, as I think it was Bara said, they're looking for slaves, not bodies. They will be looking to capture, not kill. Granted,
Exactly.
that's not much better. I understand that.
Definitely not much better.
Right.
But if we're not going to leave Salvation hanging, we will do what we can. You know what? If there are any tunnels that can be used as temporary shelters, we should use them.
Yep.
It's probably
Tell
about
me
this
there
point
aren't
that,
some. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it's probably about this point that Tantin walks in with an armload of scrap metal and stuff, and just like drops it on the floor and sits down and starts sorting through it.
Tell me there aren't teenage boys and girls around here who haven't found at least one tunnel to call their own.
While they're discussing this, I'm going to lean beside Sky Blue. And just kind of, it's a small space, but I'll kind of talk to her softly and say, I'm sorry we didn't find your father. I'm sure you've heard by now, but we will find him.
And as she's writing, she says, that's assuming we don't all get taken over or overrun in Salvation. From the way they describe it, Ilar was telling me about it, and I don't know whether my father would even still be alive.
Well, when I fought in the wars, I can tell you that there's one thing we kept close to us. It was reality and how badly the odds were stacked against us, but also hope. Because if you don't believe that there's any way you can get out of something, or that there's someone you still love at the end of it, you lose the will to fight. So for what it's worth, until you know differently, believe he's alive and waiting for you, and that we'll find him. We just need to get through this first.
I just wish sometimes, Merime, that it would be my turn to find him before everything else first, you know? Before the world comes in on us again. But she kind of just sort of half looks up, but is still kind of... And you can see she's writing what looks like... You do catch the words of like... when I was 13, things got worse. It's almost like maybe she's writing like a memoir or something like that.
When I was just 17. Anyway,
Exactly what was in my head.
You know, it was a very good year. And no,
I nod to her, and I'm like, I understand that. If there's one thing I live in constant fear of is losing my sister and my friends. It's all I have left, but I know that if I don't stand up and fight, then I definitely will. It seems insurmountable now, but we have faced odds as bad as this before, and we will get through this. Keep believing and keep trusting in yourself. Your instincts are great. You've made it this far. And we'll keep a watch on each other's backs. It's maybe not much, but it's gotten us this far.
And she sighs and says, I'll try best I can. And Halar says, there's something else I'd like to talk with the rest of you about, but Bara, this is something I need to speak with the group here alone, if you don't mind, if no one else has anything to ask you of at the moment.
Actually, yes, I do, and it's a rather important question. Give me a few minutes for Larbracel. What is the condition of the Citadel? He points out at the floating monstrosity outside. For real.
Argon.
How capable is it of repelling an attack?
Yeah, it's the Argoth.
The Argoth. They would have called it that name by the name.
And Bara kind of sort of tilts her head a little bit and says, well, it's an impressive looking structure. You can see that for yourself, and that means that at least there's some that aren't going to come and attack it directly. The reality is that, do I think it's going to collapse and fall under an immediate attack? No. I think it could probably hold up for a while, even now. But the truth is, when I've been inside it, I've seen a lot of people scurrying back and forth, constantly people going up and with wrenches and spanners and hammers, adjusting this, hammering that, screwing away at this. I don't know about you, but I served near enough machines and vehicles to know that if you were spending more time repairing them than using them, that wasn't a good sign. So, do I think that the thing is going to last through a full fight enough to turn the tables? No. I think if things go the way that we're expecting, it'll hold up for a while. But eventually it's going to go down. And when it goes down, salvation goes with it.
Not if it goes down on the bulk of the main invading force.
That's going to be right in the middle of salvation. Can't drop it on the middle of the town. Even if you could get them to do it.
Argoth has to sally forth to defend the town. What are you saying, that the general is going to park it over the town and defend that way? That is madness.
Well,
the Argoth is the only defense the town has. It needs to go out to meet the enemy, not wait for the enemy to level the town coming to it. A wet behind the ears private knows that.
And Bara kind of like, Bara glances in the direction of Hilar, and Hilar kind of rubs the back of his neck and says, that may be exactly what we're talking about here, Hilarion.
And you should not shoot the messenger, Hilarion.
The messenger has an ear to the captain, and the captain needs to know. The captain knows what has to be done here.
The captain
general or no general.
What he needs to do from the brig.
And parking that thing above the town is a recipe for disaster. It's only going to guarantee the destruction of salvation when it crashes upon it.
He will probably, if I had to guess, this is Bar. He will probably, if I had to guess, move it out of the way, at least so it's not hanging right over the town. And in fairness, the general, I don't think, is going to just sit there and wait as people are destroyed. The general is a not.
I expect the general to
tactical-
leave town at the first opportunity once the fighting turns against us.
I don't think the general would do that. I actually don't think even his ego would allow it. He's a buffoon, but I don't think he's a coward. He is more likely to try to prove that he deserves to be where he is. He might be foolhardy, but I don't think he's the type who would turn and run. And I also don't know that the soldiers would follow him if he did.
I did not say they would. How many men does the captain have under his command?
Somewhere in the order of, somewhere in the order of a couple hundred, at least from what I can tell. And that's not counting the irregulars that the town's managed to train up at this point. Probably all told, you could get 275, maybe 300 soldiers here defending it. It's a good-sized force for out here. But is it enough? I don't know.
And I don't mean any disrespect with this next question, but it has to be asked. How many are loyal to your captain?
To the captain?
Has the general turned any with promises of promotions or gold or rewards? Is there any dissension in the ranks, the general versus the captain among your men that you're aware of?
No, but I think the captain is not likely to turn against the general either. The captain does not respect the general, but it's fair to say that the captain also thinks that if command structure collapses out here, we're all in trouble. Plus, the general does have enough loyal men, he travels with some of them you saw on that platform, that if the captain tried to take over, mutiny, if you will, that he'd be thrown into the brig pretty quickly, and it wouldn't be enough. You'd have to get a whole force to revolt against what the general wanted, and that would cause all kinds of other problems. And in the meantime, in rushes the Lord of Blades, and we do his job for him.
Well, officers are killed in combat all the time.
I'm
A
worried.
unfortunate event in war.
And Halar kind of has his arms folded, and he says, Alarian.
I am stating a fact of life. In combat, officers are killed. It's just an errant musket ball, a rock. I knew a man who fell off his horse while drunk and died the next day. I'm merely stating a fact.
So long as not one of you is the one to push that man off his horse. There's a difference between disrespect and decide to undercut everything about Braylon because of frustration with how something's done. You, Alarian, are better than that. All of you are.
They just look at Halar for a long time.
Halar does not turn away at this, and this
Oh, I
is
know,
as serious
I know.
as you've seen.
I know.
Halar
And
be for a while.
again, he just,
Yeah.
and finally they nod their head just enough, as I stated. I was merely making an observation.
I'll just step in at that time to diffuse
Right.
attention and turn to Bara and say, so question, what's with the bucket? Seriously.
Barak sort of looks, again, as uncomfortable as a Warforged can look, and says, well, you see, the general suffers from dysentery, and so
You can't just get a healer to deal with it?
he's tried, but it's apparently pretty stubborn, and you know he wears a lot of cologne, and kind of trails off. And for a moment, even the writing in the journal stops, and there's just like a dead silence.
Yeah. Once again, I am so glad I do not suffer from the various things your bodies do at times.
Perhaps we
So
have a
we're
reason
taking
for him.
battle guidance from a man who does not wash his hands.
That isn't necessary, and perhaps, my friends, we have a reason for the particular attitude this man has, and perhaps if we survive this, I will go offer to assist him. But now we know. and we
It might
should
be
take
better
it.
if you offer before the battle so he can concentrate better, to be quite honest. And I'm actually dead serious about that. It's no joking or anything aside.
I look at Bara and I'm like, would he be offended?
I don't know. I can't say this is a little bit out of my line. Again, Bara is just sort of like, we are so past Bara's pay grade, and like at this point, like Bara's just like,
Because at this point, I could do like, I don't know, anything from greater restoration to cure disease, to remove curse.
It would be best if he could be cured now, so Nisiana can rest and regain the use of her spells rather than 48 hours later with the enemy upon us.
Well,
If there is a way to convince him to see her today, that would behoove everybody.
you'd have to somehow do it where he wasn't around anybody else. I can't imagine that it's the kind of thing that he'd want people to know beyond what
Well,
they
maybe
already
I
do.
could perhaps ask for a private audience so that I can request permission to set up a trauma ward.
If you'll excuse me, the man has an aide carrying quite literally a bucket of shit around behind him. I think people know.
And Bara just like shrugs and sighs heavily.
That,
All right.
that does explain his nickname, though. that's
Hmm.
good.
Bara, I have one more request for you, and this one I think is relatively painless. If you could please let us know what the captain's general battle plan is for the Argoth, it would help us better able to deploy our defenses around the town.
All right, I'll try to get that information from him after he deals with the general.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
I understand this is difficult,
Yeah.
and we thank you for your help.
And whatever, setting up a trauma ward, something to get me in there to have a conversation with him very quietly, where I can express that I am a healer and that I am experienced in dealing with all sorts of very, very unpleasant medical conditions.
Make sure you mention that she knows her shit.
Oh, Mia Tanton. Mia Tanton de Cannon. I got shot.
I'm
Really?
impressed he paid enough attention to follow it to say that.
Oh, believe me, I don't like this man. All you're doing is giving me ammunition for the stuff I'm going to call him later on.
I have such a song I'm working on.
Just before the like Hilar's sort of like eyes flicker over to you, Tanton, and then when you say the thing about like things I'm going to do, Hilar like, you know, kind of looks back to everyone else and
Ilarion moves to the door and says to Bara, if there's nothing else, they move to the door and open it.
okay, and Bara sort of nods and stops at the door and looks back and says, "Just so you know, I think most of the, I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but a lot of the soldiers, the ones who started here, the people of Salvation have talked about nothing but all of you. You've earned their respect, and so you have mine. And the captain's. As for the general," and kind of shrugs again, and anyway, I'll find out what I can from the captain, and kind of nods and goes out. And when the door closes,
Actually, Valerion's still at the door,
Oh,
and
okay.
they see her out. And they pause for a second, and they're looking at the columns of the train
mhm.
for several seconds. And then they slowly close the door and turn back to the group.
Okay. And Hilar kind of makes a little bit of room and says, "There is one other thing I wanted to mention, and it's something which you may have already considered the possibility of. Quick out-of-game note. I don't think Rowan has heard yet about the Oracle, or has Rowan heard about the Oracle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He shot
yeah.
it. He shot it.
Oh, that's right.
was-
Shot. I forgot
Yeah.
about the
He
shot.
was sitting on it the
That's
last time.
Well,
we
I
were
know
in the
about the
house.
sitting on it part, yeah. But,
But I
okay.
don't think Sky Blue knows about it, though.
Right.
Because
So,
May wanted to bring it out, but she didn't want to
Right.
do it in front of Sky
Right.
Blue.
That's the person who does not know about it.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's right. So when Bara's left, Hilar says, "Blue, I hope you don't mind this, but I wondered if I could ask for you to head out for just a few minutes. There's a couple things I want to talk with these folks about, and it's not really appropriate for everyone, if you follow what I mean." And
And even if you don't,
Sky Blue kind of
Hit the brick,
nods.
sweetheart.
Sky Blue sort of nods and says, "All right, I can do some of my writing out there anyway."
It
I'll
would
just-
also be helpful for you to just kind of listen to what the townspeople are saying. You know, what's going on, that they may talk to someone who's or talk around someone who's not us.
I'll try. And she nods and takes her journal and pen and leaves. And when she's gone, and now it's just you, the members of the King's Citadel, Lara turns back and says, there is one thing I wanted to ask about. I'm not saying we should do this. In fact, it's very dangerous, but
we have a tool.
Should.
But we do have the Oracle of War. The problem
Yes.
is we use this oracle, we bring everything down upon us. You know what's happened the last few times this thing has gotten triggered.
That's true.
Even with this thing, I don't know that there's any threat so great that using this isn't going to make things worse, but I needed to mention it.
Right.
We were
That
all-
was a thing that you described.
But it
Yeah.
did bring a lot of trouble upon us last time we used it.
That's putting
It will be like a beacon to the Lord of Blades, which will then stop at nothing to raise this town until he has it in his possession.
Unless he's the one we used against.
Considerations. 1. Again, we're taking the absolute concrete evidence that salvation will in fact be raised in 2 sunrises' time from a man who drinks from places that have been unfit for drinking.
I trust Bera. If she says it's going to happen, I believe it's going to happen. The general be damned.
Fair enough. Which gets to the other consideration. If they're going to be here anyway, we might as well know how to beat them back. You've prevented yourself from being hunted after the last time you turned it on. You can find a way to prevent that again, I'm sure. But that means that we should save getting that answer for the minimum amount of space between that answer being useful and being absolutely sure that you didn't bring them to salvation in the first place.
That is incredibly true. We have to know as much information about the incoming force as possible to feed it to the Oracle of War so that it can give us the solution.
The Oracle will go out and get the information itself. Remember the little flying things that go zip around? It'll take care of that for us. Which actually is a good idea. We'd actually have more of an idea of what we're facing. I don't like the idea, but I don't see as we have any choice. And if we're going to do what it says, we need to start the thing literally right now. We will need all of the next 2 days to prepare whatever defenses it suggests. We cannot wait. If we're going to use it, we can't wait any longer.
As an aside, seeing as I'm the most ignorant person in this room, wouldn't the Lord of Blades, by sheer sense, know that we have used the machine to fortify our defenses and therefore make a new plan immediately upon discovering that he's been observed?
But he will not have known what we did. So how can he adapt unless he needs his own oracle to stop our oracle? There's only one of them as far as we know.
Well, he has theoretically the man who built it.
Pretty sure you can't throw one of these together in like a couple.
No, but
How long has he been missing? How long has he been missing? And actually, that's aimed at Kalar Brazel.
Say that again about...
How long has Sky Blue's father been missing? The guy who developed the Oracle of War or assisted with it or something.
I believe that the father had gone missing a couple of years before. After the last war, was there and then ended up leaving and going up basically to salvation and then somewhere into the gray and was not heard from afterwards.
Hang on, is Sky Blue's father the guy who made the thing?
Either the Sky Blue's father is the one who would have worked with the guy working with the Oracle of War. Basically, Sky Blue does not know, as you say, about the Oracle of War. And you don't know if it's that the father is the actual inventor or just was direct, very good friends with, and knew intimately the inventor of the Oracle of War.
Because I thought we had ascertained that the inventor was a dwarf.
That's right. So that's right. But it could have been like an adoptive situation. You don't know. Remember, Sky Blue was an orphan. Was a thief, and therefore, sort of carried herself as an orphan, but even then, kind of rough and ready. So yeah.
All right.
Not clear because she doesn't know herself. But you do remember that she said that her father was an inventor. That doesn't mean the same inventor, though. Could have been like friends of.
Okay.
If-
Hell, I mean, not to be very dour, but for all we know, he may be dead already.
The Oracle of War comes with so many strings attached that we don't even understand ourselves. There's magic in there that we don't understand. There's beacons that we don't understand. There's the chance that we'll bring down something even worse than the Lord of Blades on ourselves, if not bring down the Lord of Blades even earlier. There is something else we could try, if you're willing to give me one night. And I could try to connect with the Corey in my dreams, and I could actually ask them for help, or to my mentor. I've never really used them that way, but in this case, they've been feeding me information so far to try to stop this from happening, and they might be willing to help us here. It would take one night and one sleep, but it might save us an extra battle that we can't afford to fight right now.
And if you do that, I could possibly have a conversation with Eberron again and see what the lore says about specifically the Lord of Blades and his weaknesses.
There are different things we can try first. I agree.
All of that. The problem is all that takes time.
It takes some
Time
sleep.
we don't have.
Yeah, I don't need a full night of sleep. I just need enough to dream. And that can be a couple of hours.
Well, we're probably going to want to know about the Lord of Blades, how to kill him anyway. So I might as well do my thing while we have 2 nights.
True. Because you'll need to sleep. Nonetheless, you'll need to sleep anyways. Yes.
GM, I'm talking about legend lore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured. Hilar also notes, and Hilar says, as far as that goes, you got 2 days and 2 nights. If you could, I just had this image from Lincoln, the movie Lincoln, where he's got like, you got 2 days, 2 nights, and 2 perfectly good hours. Now get the hell out there and get them. He's talking about getting votes for the amendment. But anyway, so he says, as far as that goes, we got 2 days and 2 nights. I suppose you could be doing a bunch of things at once. Maybe do some of the tasks of fortifying the town during the day. Maybe at night you dream, and then you make a decision before he shows up. That seems like a good way to use all the time. It's just going to use all of you to do a bunch of things over the next couple of days, but that's not the first time we've had to deal with that.
Agreed. And if in the morning we find that between Nisiana and I, we don't yet have more enlightenment, then we can feed information into the Oracle of War come what may. But in the meantime, we can start getting the people ready. At least we can do that. We can do the training. The traps are not a bad idea. And we can do
And I
various
really do
other
want to
things.
set up a trauma ward.
And I will take you over to the church and talk to Johanna Teleskendros. It's the logical place to put that.
She had one set up last time.
Could also
and with
be
you.
a problem.
I'm sorry?
Could also be a problem
Why?
because it's the logical place to put one up.
Right. This is talk to her, maybe not set it up in the church. I would like to have her assistants and the Silver Flame and her clergy. And she does have some experience.
Besides, the church is one of the most fortified buildings, barring.
And he just points at Mary May.
Yeah. Let us hope there are no Warforged
Kalash town
barge
nearby. Yeah.
It's getting hot in here.
And once again, Larian floats over to the door and opens it and looks out and says, Mia Tanton, tell me again how the train works. The power comes from the elemental trapped inside it.
Correct. Well,
And it charges the...
harnessed.
Sure. And the power's driven through, it floats above the columns.
There are major elementals in the locomotive. There are minor elementals in each of the conductor stones.
So those stones are powered as well.
No.
So we could free them all.
And
get
that
some extra help.
power can be tapped. It is electrical powered, yes?
It can be. Mm-hmm.
So with enough wire attached to those stones and encircling the town, could therefore make an electrical trap for advancing forces. Correct?
With sufficient time?
We have 2 days.
No.
That's sufficient time. Why not?
No. Because the thickness of the wire that would be required, and also there is no locomotive here. All we have are these conductor stones, and it would take, and his eyes kind of roll back in his head, 837 conductor stones to create a current large enough to surround the town.
And Ilarian's head turns to Hilar. When does the next train arrive?
Not for a few days, I believe. The last one left a couple of days ago.
Can you get word to someone to get a train up here immediately?
Wouldn't get up here that fast, even if I could.
It's a lightning train.
It doesn't, but it's... You remember yourself when you took the trip up here. It takes longer than that, even if I could get one to them. And besides, sending a message to them wouldn't be easy. But I might be able to get around that problem.
Now, if the train's not going to get here in time, there's no point to it.
What if we talk to our goblin friends who have engines, hook those up to the rail line and use that? I mean, it would be very kludgy, but...
Also, tapping into the conductor stones is extremely dangerous. I would estimate
all of
that...
this is extremely dangerous.
Oh,
But...
yes, true, but it would take more artificers than just me. And as much as I admire and respect... Is it Garunda? Was that her name?
Garunda.
Yes.
Yeah. Much as I admire and respect her, I don't believe she has the technical acumen to be able to safely open one of those without potentially releasing the forces bound inside.
But you do.
Oh, yes, of course I can.
Yes, but there's only one of me and Tanton.
And even with additional engines, it would still take 513 conductor stones, which would stretch 6.5 miles from the town.
I just had a very bad idea.
Probably don't have that much water. Coil, rope, wire. Yes, Nisiana.
Well, at first I was thinking, it'd be useful if that fog stayed on the northeast boundary of the town, because isn't that the direction the Lord of Blades is coming from? Except, what if it's designed to keep people in the town?
It attacked the one Warforged that worked for the Lord of Blades.
What if it was just, it's not alive as far as we can tell, and it was simply sent in our general direction?
And if they have a mage powerful enough to dispel magic, such as we saw Rowan's bullet do, then dispelling it seems to be a fairly, I wouldn't say simple thing, but doable.
Especially
I'm not saying you're not wrong, but they may, if it's something they're using to keep us here, they probably have a way to nullify it.
Yeah, well, we know that they have mage Warforge. We met one. Actually, he's somewhere here in town. Right?
The mage. Oh, well, he's more of an artificer, though. He wasn't really a mage.
You talk about Clock?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Clock is an artificer.
Right. I mean, they do use magic, that's true. So technically, I guess
Not
you're right.
so much a mage, yeah, but definitely an artificer.
Yeah.
I
He
wouldn't
does
mind
have
getting.
access to arcane power. Sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind getting closer to that mist again and see. I mean, you bring up a good point. We assume it's not intelligent, but I didn't try to see if I could connect with it at all. I wouldn't go into it, but if I got near it, I could maybe try
If
to
you go
see.
near it, we put a rope around you just in case you get sucked in.
Exactly, and then yank me out.
Yeah.
I mean, and it might not even impact organic, right? We know it impacts Warforge, we know it impacts Banner, but it might not impact organic material the same way.
Yeah, well, you can always
We're not gonna take that chance.
No, but I can at least try to see if I can communicate with it.
Correct.
So that could be a thing. That could be
Mhm.
part of these 2 days. Assuming the timeline is correct. And at this point, while we have less reason to believe it is true, we should treat it as true.
And we should probably follow some of the general's plans, because otherwise I think he'd be the type who might just very well throw us into jail and we wouldn't be used to anyone in there. So we should try to do at least some of his tasks or empower others to do them.
Right.
Well, the training has been going on under
Whist.
Whist. Thank you,
Mhm.
Whist. So I will coordinate with them and see how that's going. And also they do have the irregulars, which is helpful. So certain of the steps have been done for us.
I mean, I have some experience with traps, as would Tanton, I imagine. So we can look into
The average weight of a Warforged is about, what, 300 to 400 pounds, correct?
Probably right. Depends. Some of the smaller ones like Clock might be more like 275, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there are very few stout people in Salvation, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot of
Not a lot of excess calories.
Although they're doing
floating
better
around,
now,
exactly.
since the
right.
military's arrived. But yeah, no, not a lot of yes.
Yeah. I think the simplest things are pit traps with boards over them so humans can move across, but Warforged cannot. But I'm open to any other ideas you might have. Aramay, of course.
Yeah, there's a few different types of explosives and fun. I mean, I'm sure we can come up with some different types, and we can hook some in the alleyways and stuff in case they do break into town and stop them from reaching the population.
Well,
What
V,
about
let's
simple
not burn half the town down while trying to save it.
Oh no, just a bit of it. I joke. We burn none of
Okay.
it on purpose.
Explosive. All right. Good.
But even tripwires. Oh, sorry,
Yeah, we
Nisiana.
could still do a version of the electricity, but do wires at shin level and that are electrified, and when they walk into it, that might help. I mean, I don't know actually what would take down a Warforged, but we have options. So if we do the training, the traps, tasks, which will include the trauma center, and or figuring out if there are any tunnels that we can secure as a safe haven, which could include, that's where we put the trauma ward.
And Halar says, if you're going to be doing the tunnel work anyway, you might as well do it as part of the work on the trenches. If he's going to assign you some people to dig, no reason he can't dig you a trench right into a tunnel, right?
Exactly, and we at least know where some of the tunnels should be.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
where the Colossus was.
So DM question. So traps would be, if I have this right, Marie, it sounds like Maramay's on traps, theoretically.
Right.
Unless Tanton wants them, because Tanton might have good experience with traps or ingenuity on that end.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you two could work together on it too.
Right, exactly. You could if you want. Tanton, is that what you were thinking or no? Or you're not sure?
It's up to you.
I think the problem is that Tanton's expertise is going to be required in multiple locations.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, no offense, not really in training. So.
No, you're right.
No, actually, and even the task comma various doesn't really. The only thing is about maybe like lines of communication and supply, but even that's kind of.
I'm leaving that to the soldiers. That one I'm striking right off our list.
Yeah, so I
Trenches, training, traps are the 3 that we're concentrating on as far as Alarian's
and the
concerned.
infirmary stuff, is which Nisiana wants.
No,
Right,
it's
yeah.
trauma center. It's another T.
Yes, sorry.
Like,
Trauma
there
center,
you go.
comma,
Yes.
right.
Mhm.
That's what. Yeah.
Yep.
Just don't.
I've
tell
even
the
figured
general.
out how to have a conversation with this guy at this
Yes.
point hate, but I figure out how I will have a conversation with them and how I can gently convince him that I can fix him, or at least heal him.
That this is the smooth way to go.
So in my So in my low hanging fruit, there, John. So just as for the benefit of my notes. So theoretically, though, Tantin and Merime on traps.
Yep.
Nisiana theoretically on trenches because of like the tunnels thing, and the infirmary work. So like task, various. Ilarion theoretically on training because of the whole business with Whist, etc. And Rowan, who has not yet been assigned, has a different assignment, which is go find
Task,
Zodor
various.
If Rowan wants to do that, though. This is not ordering Rowan, though. I mean, like, Rowan has to decide if that's what Rowan wants to do. But I'm just asking what Rowan thinks.
Oh God. The fact that I have to do that while we're potentially under siege, and I have no idea why.
Isn't this great?
Yeah.
Welcome to the military, son.
Simultaneously very dreadful and still very intriguing. So yes. Also, I plan to intervene without anyone else's prior awareness in the training front.
Good. I was going to say everyone should feel free to do whatever they like on that front. Keeping in mind, you can absolutely keeping in mind that you can have but keeping in mind that you have a set of tasks that presumably you have to accomplish. And in each of these cases, you'll be assigned some people, will be added to sort of your side, and we'll talk about the implications of that. I should mention, by the way, that the title of this section is called Trench Monkeys, and I looked it up, but it's actually a reference to something back in World War II, which was when underpaid and overqualified engineers were asked to do menial things rather than other stuff. So I find it interesting that was the terminology used for this. It was
I'd also like to weaponize Sky Blue and get her to whip up teenagers in the area to help with the whole traps / traps kind of like. I don't want her moping. That's a big thing. I don't want her moping, and we know she's good.
This is true. Let's leverage that.
If you folks lay this stuff out, incidentally, in terms of this is what I want my character to do. Each day, and then obviously at night, Marie with Merime and the dreams, Nisiana with you with trying to contact everyone, all that. Then you'll have that sort of laid out for this.
But before you move on, Ilarion states that I think we have to decide by tomorrow morning whether we are going to use the Oracle or whether we're not.
Agreed.
Anything after that will be too late.
Give me one night and let's see if
we'll give you both one night. I need to talk to Whist. I need to talk to Mother Johanna. There are things I need to do that will take up that time to start preparing the town.
And Halar says, all right, then I'm going to see if I can get a hold of some of my contacts here and find out whether I can get any inside information on what might be happening elsewhere with the military. And he says before he leaves, he says, one thing to remember. When Sky Blue comes back here, Nisiana, you can assign her the way you want, and I'm with you all of this. We saved Salvation once. We'll do it again. You are the best part of what Brayland is. No matter how hard it may seem, we will get this place saved and Brayland, no matter who orders anything otherwise. You just remember that. Then he turns and exits, and I would say probably, Rowan, as you sort of look down at the covered, oracle, you may sort of just in the back of your mind slightly, those of you who were there, I guess, which would have been Ilarion and Tantin, hear a very faint echo. Not for real, but probably just a memory even of that scream you heard from the rainbow mist from one of the Warforged. And that is where we're going to bring our session to a close. And I love Arudnell's idea of a Google Calendar with 7:30 to 12:30 listed as tasks, various. That's clearly what we need. All right, I'll share this Google Drive. All right, so the general doesn't. Man,
in triplicate.
What a ton of fun, and it's going to be super fun to see how everyone engages in these. I love, by the way, some of these are tasks that are being assigned that you're doing, with your adjustments to them. Some of them are things which are totally different, like the Zodor Tarnev, discovery trip. Some of them are based upon specific things relating to maybe the Oracle of War or the Dreaming, which is related directly to Kalashtar stuff from Merme. So I love the way these things are all sort of folded together. I am also interested to see what kind of stuff Tanton puts together in the thought of this. I was a big fan of the 837, insta calculation thing that you had going on. It's gonna be a great series of little, almost individual vignettes, I think, next session, and kind of getting everything prepared. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And good work from everybody on dealing with all of that. I think that chase got short-circuited pretty quickly at the point that you were moving at like 3 times the speed of sound. Thanks to some well-placed.
Yeah, don't think
hastes.
that's not going to come back to haunt you later, GM.
The power of haste. No. I'm fully aware.
You're not at higher levels. You're not.
Even more of speed and haste. I will start with the person on the bottom right of the ziggurat. I'll start with John. John, good stuff today from Malarian. It was interesting to me that, again, I don't know whether we'd call it losing the temper, but I think Alarian had gotten to a stage of being very pissed off at, as all of you have been, at the general. But there's also this restriction of, it probably doesn't do you much good to all end up in the brig. So there's a question of like, how do you balance off a person who's obviously incompetent with the sort of need to stay, with your head above water, or at least in freedom, so that you can actually do what's necessary to save the town. I won't say in spite of itself, because it's not Salvation's fault, but in spite of the general.
No.
And like Bara
yes,
and like the captain and those people are all different. This is not the same thing. But anyway, it was interesting to me to see you dealing with that. And then obviously the whole Zordor Tarnev thing, I think, is really going to be fun for Rowan to go through. I'm interested to see how Brandon handles that with Rowan, but I'll talk about that when I get to him. But for you, I think it was interesting, Lauren, to see how that all sort of played out, and people being like, hey, listen, the face-off with Halar was very serious, because there's a lot of mutual respect between Halar and Alarian, and Halar very clearly drew this line in the sand of like, don't go down this road. It was not going to bail on that, which was interesting to me to see how both Alarian and Halar maintained their consistency throughout that whole section. So how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next time?
It was awesome as always. I'm just going to say Alarian very much has the reasons for doing what they did with the officers in command, and that includes Bara a little bit too, because they got in her face a little bit as well. And they have the reasons, and it goes back to their backstory. And that's all I'm going to say about that. This session, of course, was a blast, starting literally with a Shatter Blast that we got to play while playing Speed Racer, which was hilarious. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was so good. That was delightful. And yes, I've been telling you, I'm going to make you rue that I found out I now can go 180 at top speed. Trust me, there's going to be things coming up in the Aegis and the Warforged that you're going to go, oh, okay.
If you want to use all of the haste, all the spell slots on haste spells, listen,
I can use it, but now I can use it. The extra one I can use 4, I think. But anyways, and besides, you forget that going that speed is also a weapon in and of itself. So that's all I'm going to say about that. This session was a lot of fun. Yes, the RP was terrific. I honestly didn't know that. To be fair, I didn't know that it was going to charge the general or confront the general until he said that, without absolutely any surrounding orders or information. I was like, just get this done. And it literally sounded like, yeah, you 5, you're going to take care of all this. So I was like, and like I said, Valerian very much has the reasons why. So this was great. I only wish we could play again this month, but we have to wait till July, which makes me a little sad, but it is what it is. So I cannot wait to pick it up. And the coming Siege of Salvation or Trench Monkeys or whatever you want to call it should be awesome. So I'm looking forward to the next session. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Good stuff, John.
Yes, real quick again, next week I'll be at GamerCon in Calgary for any of our Canadian folks who are on the West Coast. Come by and say hello at the Catalyst booth. It's gonna be very interesting. This is the first year this con has ever been put on, and from what I've heard, they are like media blasting the entire area. Like, I guess they took out radio ads. They are making sure everybody knows what's going on. So it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out. But yeah, Calgary, I think it's June. I want to say 20th through the 22nd, something like that. 23rd through the 25th, I believe it is, the 3-day convention. So stop on by if you're in the area.
Good stuff. Always a pleasure, John. Good stuff. Jen, I think a very interesting session for Nisiana today, not just in the healing, but also in figuring out, Nisiana figuring out about what was going to be needed. And there were some little subtle moments there. One having to do with kind of like, hey, let's take it easy. First of all, quick note to the party. I like the fact that there was a split among people about whether to use the Oracle of War or not. I like that. Some people were like, absolutely. Some people were like, hell no. And I really appreciated the fact that there was a difference of opinion with that. But then separately for you, Nisiana, for you, Jen, as Nisiana, I thought that there were several moments where you were kind of like, hey, let's take it easy on Bara because this isn't Bara's fault. You obviously are someone who is willing. I mean, the whole party is, but is willing to like actively stand up to Alarian, who is clearly the tallest in the group. When you're like, hey, let's sort of dial it back a notch, and also then figuring out how to put through the infirmary this idea about maybe trying to get like to the general directly so that you can maybe solve this problem, the problem that causes him to carry around a bucket, etc. There's that, the whole issue of maybe the tunnels and the trenches so there's a lot of little things, it seems to me, that add up to a whole lot that Nisiana is going to be involved with and sort of to balance and juggle. But it led to an interesting session to watch you kind of go through. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
It was good, and I can tell you, she and Alarian are going to have a conversation here shortly. He has walked straight up to a line and started doing an interpreted dance. And Nisiana is going to have a conversation with them. So everybody is on the same page. Apparently, she is going to start having conversations with everybody.
And another thing, it's just going to be the
same page.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I think right now, Mia Tantan's a little bit down the line a little bit at this moment because
I've got to reshuffle my schedule.
It seemed like Alarian was advocating straight up, flat out murder, and I'm like, you know what? I'm sure they were not thinking that, but you know what? We're gonna have a conversation about it because that is not what we do. And also, the whole thing with the General Tyree running around, being Mr. I deserve this thing. Maybe he's dealing with some really bad emotional problems because of this disease he clearly has, which apparently no healer has been able to help him with, or he's never allowed a healer to get that close. I will do what I need to do to have a conversation and see if I can heal him, because that is also what I do. I'm going to take it from her working in trauma wards with military people of all rank and watching the older nurses and clerics dealing with officers and basically sitting them in a chair and making them shut the fuck up and do what they're supposed to do. So I will take a much more gentle approach with our general. But there's certain things that's just like, okay, we can't assume everything's going to be right. I'm going to assume the general thinks he has to put on a brave face no matter what he feels. Whether this is true or not, I'm going to take the side of the angels right now until I don't need to take the side of the angels. We'll see. Too bad I don't have a sleeping draught, but that's okay. That's another thing. Joke on drugging the general. Where am I going to be? What am I doing? Well, I'm going to be here the next time we play. I'm going to be at Gen Con in the Writer Symposium. I'm going to be the editor guest of honor at Oricon in November. And I'm sure I'm going to have a book out between now and then. I don't know. I have an editor that I keep kind of looking at the camps.
The fact that you stated it in the form of a question was like,
yeah, kind of. We're all very busy.
Yeah.
And we know that. So that's, and I'm all over social media. I'll check out my link tree or something because, social media is kind of imploding. So there's various different places. I'm on Blue Sky now, Mastodon, Spoutable, Twitter still, Facebook, all under Jennifer Brozek. So, but I had a good time.
Good stuff. Thank you, Jen.
Well, I will say in real life, I had dealt with military people like that.
No, I know. And quick note just in general because of that in the discussion in chat that I know chat knows this, but of course I am not the NPC, but also it is precisely because there are officers like this that this is a real thing that military deal with. My father was in the Navy, and I certainly had stories from him too. So I know the deal. But there's also the issue of, running at them full bore so that you end up in jail for your trouble and can't help anybody, and figuring out a way to kind of work around it. And figuring out how to work around it is kind of the key. And there were some good officers too. So, it just depends on.
Yeah, which is also why I'm like, don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, because Bara's not the problem, right? Bara's not. That's why when you folks are like, well, maybe, do you think it would be okay if I tried to cure his dysentery? And Bara was like, there's no like chart like how to deal with Bara's reaction. Like that's on a blank page, right? That's just Bara being like, I have no, no.
The biological thing, I have no idea. It was mostly like, is that an appropriate military?
No. Yeah, absolutely. And nerf entropy, I appreciate that. Yes, I like to think that the feeling things is a good sign for people one way or the other, as long as these folks, and they do, have agency in terms of how we address things. So, but always a pleasure, Jen. Brandon, I didn't have on my bingo card that Rowan was going to be dispelling magic with a cloud by shooting it. I'm really glad now that we made the bullet like the gun, the focal point as the gun arm, because it feels so absolutely perfect for the setting, that you fire this and you're like, that's not supposed to do that. Like very Matrixy, like this isn't exactly how it works. Obviously the haste was hugely important for Ilarion and for that chase. So that was a big deal too. And I love the back and forth there with you being like, I don't want to tell you about this problem because I'm complicit, which then gets a callback later on cleverly when Ilarion's just like, I don't want to tell you this because you'd be complicit, which was well played. That was funny. But also, I am curious very much to see how Rowan's going to handle Zodar Tarev, because I spoke to Brandon a little bit about Zodar Tarev, and Rowan we can talk more about it. But Rowan does have, reason to know Zodar, and does not have the specific kind of knowledge that Ilarion does, but has another kind of knowledge, which is like, has actually seen some of the way the sausage was made, so to speak, right, in these things. And so like dealing with that is going to be interesting. Plus, as you said, you're not like taking orders here. Rowan is also going to want to like skip in on the training, as well, to sort of see how things are going. So I'm just very interested to see how things are going to kind of be shaped here in terms of whom Rowan has loyalty to, how Rowan handles the getting info about, Zodor and all that, whilst at the same time thinking about this upcoming, this onrushing storm of the imminent invasion, assuming that the intelligence is accurate. So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff internally that I'm interested to see that's going to come out, I feel like, in the next session involving Rowan. How did you feel about today's session, Brandon? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I enjoyed this a lot. I also wanted to add, there were a lot of times where I could have said something, and I was very grateful that somebody else said something sooner, because there was like the scene where Hilar and Ilarion were talking, and Hilar says something to the effect of, the King Citadel is bigger than picking on Lord Bucket, and I was gonna be like, I just want to be sure nothing is beneath me as a person. I am more than happy to, because when Halar was leaving, I was literally gonna go, I assure you, no member of the King's Citadel will allow Lord Bucket to come to harm.
Don't make me put you on my list.
It's like the Mandalorian being like Mando being like, I promise you will not die by my hand. You know, like just like be very careful about the you know the wording for a genie's wish type of wording. You know, like very careful about that.
But yeah, I am curious to see what happens. In a narrative sense, like so much has happened in the last few sessions, and there still hasn't been enough of a pause for someone to like actually come to Rowan and go, well, how do you feel about the Citadel's work? And in that time, I've almost died twice. So suffice it to say that I am not perfectly moved by the idea that we are making progress as a group, and intervening with Zudo and Tarif is going to make things a lot more complicated, because this is my work. This is essentially the equivalent of an off-duty police officer asking an established con artist, "Are you willing to burn this bridge so I can either get justice done in 2 days or die trying?" And I'm going, but you know you're gonna die trying, right? And I kind of need to continue having a positive relationship with this maniac so I can continue working in Salvation in the first place. So that's going to be a very pleasant interaction, to be sure. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing that blow up in my face as well. But that's like the interesting layer of storytelling, that there are stakes in that interaction that Illyrian doesn't know.
Right.
And there are obviously stakes in me failing in that interaction that I don't know.
Yep.
And I don't know, and like, however that manifests, we'll just have to see what that looks like in play. So I'm very excited to see what happens in the next session. Rowan still believes we have nothing to worry about. And Rowan is confident that if we spend 2 days digging trenches and no one attacks Salvation, he's going to drown General Tyresh in his bucket. So that's going to be fun. As for me, you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. I'm trying to stream more often, so if you see me on Twitch, it's because I'm trying to make sure that one of the 2 games that will work while streaming are still working. Gen Con is in 7 weeks, you guys.
Yeah.
No,
God.
I know.
Crazy.
Crazy.
I am very excited for the Writers' Symposium. Last year was lovely. It was one of the greatest con experiences that I've had in recent memory, and I'm very excited to be able to go back.
Aw.
So, yeah, please come do the thing. I will admit, not as a writer and not as a game designer, but as a consumer, I do have a lot of feelings about going to Gen Con the year that Lorcana is supposed to come out, weeks after apparently Disney Lorcana is being sued. So that's going to be hilarious to experience on the show floor of that thing. That's going to be wild. But yes, I am going to be doing lots of things, including but not limited to having copies of my book, Can You Sign My Tentacle? So if you want to get a copy, and you can't just get it from Amazon or something, you can meet me and I can read from the thing and sign the thing right in front of you, etc. So definitely, if you're going to be there, I'd love to make your acquaintance, because I love meeting people at cons, and it doesn't happen as often as I think it should. But yeah, I think that's me.
That's good stuff. And yes, I'm excited for that too. And yeah, Nerf Entropy, agreed. Like, impressed by the layers, levels of character everyone seems focused on. Absolutely. Again, I'm very lucky to have really wonderful players in my campaigns, and you'll see that in all of the campaigns in different ways. The Shire Adventures one is more lighthearted. Expedition is a little bit more, because the world is so unusual in Expedition. There's a lot of that sort of mix of fantasy and science fiction that they're figuring out, while also coming to grips with who they are, the mix of science fiction and fantasy characters. And this group, which is a group that came together, 4 of them as a kind of established group, and then Rowan, who's come in afterwards, figuring out they do work together, but there are also differences of opinion, obviously, that they have to come out. And so you get to see a lot of that role play being done here and on my GOG campaign. So yes, if you're here for the first time mostly and haven't had a chance to check it out much, I hope you'll have a chance to do more, because they really are great.
And let me
yes,
interject very quickly
Sure.
to also add another thing. A reminder to everyone in chat that I'm also on the team for the Grey Shade RPG that is coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And I'm very excited for more things to develop about that soon. And all I will tell you is, if you want to find out what some of those things may look like, you may want to come to Gen Con.
Yeah, you would.
Ooh,
You
wow.
would. Grey Shade is doing things that as a TTRPG that no other game in the market is doing, he said. So I am very excited for that. Doesn't mean that I'm not saying it breaks all the rules and does everything different, but it is doing some things that are quite different. So
We are not reinventing the wheel, but the wheel is really cool.
The wheel is
though.
better looking than most wheels. Yes, no, I'm very excited for it as well. Brandon's
It's a super round wheel.
It's a super round wheel.
Is
Brandon's
that
doing.
going to mean that somebody's going to run one of those games for, say, 4 of the 5 of us?
Well,
There?
there are discussions afoot. There are discussions
very
afoot.
curious.
I don't know whether the time will be there or not. We will see. But in any case, we will speak. But thanks, Brandon. Good stuff as always. Marie, great stuff as well from Merime today. Obviously, the shatter was very important early on, as we all saw from that point of view. And then we obviously had that to contend with. And then, of course, thinking about other things relating to, I love the image of you on the back of Valerian being like, all right, now we run away again. But so there was that. But then also, Merime having to decide about, with the other players, how to handle different things relating to Lord Bucket and all this stuff. And again, as a person who actually fought in the last war, was part of this experience, knows a little bit about it the way that someone like Hilar would, knows, again, some of the ways that Lord Bucket can cause problems and, all that sort of thing. A person like Lord Bucket can. But I also thought it was interesting, obviously, about the connection with the Oracle of War and what Merime needs to bring to the fore in terms of her own knowledge and dreams and warnings and things like that. So I thought it was very interesting that there was a lot of, you need to give me a chance to do what I need to do. And again, I love the image that both by day and by night, there is going to be trying to gather information in various fashions. So that stuff turns my crank. I love that. Like, all of that stuff makes a lot of sense to me. So that was fun to see you kind of lean into that side of the character. And it'll be fun to see how Merime does that in our next session. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a great time with today's session. It was fun to watch everyone's role play as usual too. So it's, just enjoying the show as well. I was curious. I was surprised in our last session when you had us all have those dream sequences where, we were knocked out. And when she met her Sarashana,
Yep.
her mentor again, in the dreams, and Merime spent so much time trying to stay away from her dreams, trying to be grounded, trying to stay in the now and in the moment. But when she met her mentor again, and her mentor gave her a clue, or with the swatch of blue against a tree that vanished, she's still mulling that one over and isn't quite sure. It was then that she realized that maybe she was grounded enough, because she did go back after meeting her, and maybe it was time to try to tap into her heritage as well, and not just push it away, not just count on one, not be a one-trick pony, if you will, for a Kalishtar. So that was interesting to me that she kind of went in that direction, and I'm curious to see what's going to do, and whether or not her sister will manage to get the general to stop needing a bucket. That is very high on her interest list. Yeah, so it was a lot of fun. I had a great time in today's session. It was fun running around on Ilarian, and it was fun listening to everyone. I feel bad for Spanner.
More bad than Tantan feels, obviously. It's just like,
Which is what I'd expect from Tantan.
Right.
Merime is thinking like, hey, what if we just freed the tiny elementals from all of those rocks instead and see if they'll help us? That's
an army of mini elementals.
Right? Like, who doesn't want to hang out with mini elementals and throw them at people? It's going to be great. But yeah, so it was a good time. Thank you for that. Thank you for everything. And next, I will be, while playing here, I will be at Gen Con, the Writer Symposium. That will be a lot of fun. And I am on social media. I am terrible at social media right now. Terrible. If you want to hang out, come on my Facebook page. That's basically the only thing I've been handling lately. We're having a great time over there, though. It's fun. I'm not spreading out to all the social media right now because I don't have the bandwidth. So, find me there. Come hang out if you're there. If you're not, we'll hang out here. It's great. It's always lovely to see you. And then CanCon in October. I'll be at CanCon because I'm the chair, so I should be.
That is kind of important. I just got the panelist interest form from a certain CanCon committee. So
Yes, I get to say at the end of it, I get to look at the entire like program. Like the programming team's top notch. I don't need to look at anything, but I get the final look. So like what I'm saying, Greg, is behave because like I can have you just like cut off from everything you want to do.
wow, wow. Now we talk about antagonizing the GM. All of a sudden, we're just like,
Public threat. Kill me or any one of our party only after
You will pay.
CanCon.
Why don't you go to CanCon? Well, I was, barred from entering the great nation of Canada after deeply offending its most important citizen.
I'll call the Border Patrol. You know I will.
I know exactly. Sir, we
sorry,
have you
what?
on a list. I'm like, what list? It's the Bilodeau list. What is the Bilodeau list?
And they're munching a piece of cake. Don't worry about it.
It's a list of, right, exactly. Oh my God, exactly. It's a list of one. And why do you have, wait a minute, is that brownie cheesecake?
Where did that strudel come from? Never you mind, Yankee.
Oh my God.
Just turn around and stop asking questions.
Oh man.
That'll be great. I can't wait to see you. We'll see you at Gen Con first. So.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, Marie. And yeah, thank
Same.
you, Nerf. We like to think we have welcoming vibes here, so please do come back. Last but certainly not least, Tren, good stuff from Tanton today as well. Obviously, we have this stuff we talked about. I was laughing about the thing about Spanner, and that's why I was so careful when I was like, I don't think I should tell you what Spanner's experiencing, right? Like, I don't think that we're, so instead it was sort of this stuff from the outside. But also interesting to me is the fact that you've got, you gather up the scrap metal, you've got all this stuff you're thinking about. Obviously, it makes sense that you're going to be involved on some level figuring out the traps and everything else. But you've already made it clear that you're not a fan, obviously, of Lord Bucket either. Nobody is. But how that plays out for Tanton, I think, is going to be interesting because there are sort of multiple ways to approach that. And from the point of view of like the person, as you said, like the person who's going to be asked to do the most like engineering stuff, of which there'll be a fair bit, is going to be Tanton. And so it's going to be interesting to see how maybe just Tanton just throws himself into his work and that's how he does it. I don't know. But thinking about that and reconciling it with, and this guy's a jackass that, that has asked me to do some of these things. That's going to be interesting to me also. So
No,
I
he
am
didn't.
curious about that. Well, he said the whole
didn't
group
ask.
though.
No,
he
didn't
told.
ask.
I know.
Right, and that's
Yes,
why Tanton is like,
No, I know.
You know-
I know. No kidding. I know. Absolutely. Again, Bucket is not being played. I'm certainly not playing him as reasonable. He's not reasonable. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you?
well, part of the scrap metal that wow, I'm getting some echo there.
Yeah, I'm getting some feedback too.
Yeah.
Does someone have speakers on?
That's just 1, 2. Not me.
Well, if I continue
No, it's better.
talking, okay,
You're
now I'm
good.
not hearing.
You're
Okay, fine. So part of the scrap metal that Tanton went and found, if people were watching, and I'm sure that Rowan almost certainly noticed that he's reshaping part of it into what almost, I guess, would look like a dice cup, but maybe a little bit wider than a dice cup. But it's basically if Nisiana can't solve Bucket's problem, Tanton will just cork the son of a bitch. And so he's building a cork. One of the things he's building is a cork. He'll finish that well before the stuff that he needs to make to build another spanner. But yeah, it's not going to be polished or painted or decorated or even smoothed in any way. It's just going to be since
Make it into a screw.
Wow.
Screw you,
wow.
Benny.
Screw you.
No, it's a lot of fun, and I've got watching all this stuff, playing out with everybody, and the moment where Ilarion kind of hinted at the fact that we could just kill him,
Jeez. You people, my God.
I'm just saying,
Can-
there is precedent for it. You're right. Military commanders do on occasion die in the field. Most commonly getting shot in the head when somebody who has a beef with them salutes them in the field, and then anybody who's like pointing a weapon at them is like, that's an officer, and
bunch of
blows them away.
psychopaths I'm running around with here. My
I'm just saying,
God.
but it was the point where I heard Jen say, Valerian. I was like, oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know. Amen to that. I was just like, which was right in line with sort of Hilar's being like, yo, like, right.
I'm just like, I love it. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, and then I love it so much. And there are so many things pouring through Tantin's mind right now about how different elements could potentially be used. One of the things, which I'll tell you now, just because I know it's not going to work, and because there's no way it could, given the module, is Tantin is very seriously considering, what if we just asked the Oracle how to destroy it? It's like, you are my problem. How do I destroy you? And just, of course, it wouldn't do that, but it's just...
Take me to Mount Doom.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the problem is it's not its own military problem, right? Like, if you could somehow feed it like problem, other side has Oracle of War, that'll be the classic like looping Star Trek, smoke comes out of it, and just like the logic loop, and flawless logic, Captain.
You made 2 errors.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, theoretically, if you remind it that its presence is inspiring other people to get into conflicts they don't need to get into, it should. That's just me. I'm sorry.
No,
but it is like you made 2 errors, 3 errors. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Yeah.
So that and a whole bunch of other stuff. And of course, he is again regretting the fact that after the last attack on Salvation, and he saved all of the armor from the Helmed Horror, from the Iron Cobra, from all that stuff, and he used it to reinforce the train car for Nisiana's trip when we went onto the boat.
Yep.
And he never got all those pieces back, because those are exactly what he needs to make another spanner. And it's just like... But he's also thinking about the fact that regardless of what preparations they're going to make, the one thing that probably for him right now, the darkest idea that is echoing in the back of his mind is that in order to keep her safe and not cause her to be located, Tantin is going to have to continue making enchanted trinkets until that little girl's rock goes silent. Because otherwise it will continue singing that song, and that sound will draw people to it. So he's going to have to destroy his gift to her in order to protect her. So.
Fascinating, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
That's good stuff. So
but
we will.
He is also a sharpshooter, so he doesn't suffer disadvantage at long range, and he ignores 1/2 and 3/4 cover, so the general better watch his ass, because I can hit him from a long way away. Anyway.
And me and Tantin probably won't actually tell Nisiana he did it.
Oh God, no. I mean, excuse me. Oh, Eberron, no. Absolutely. Nope.
But we will see you back here. We'll see you back here for Shire Adventures, which will be happening before this group does. Otherwise, you should check out all of Trent's audio work currently available. What's up out most recently?
Well, the most recent thing was narration for Pseudopod.
Okay. Yep.
Where I narrated "The Coward Who Stole God's Name."
That's a
by
great
John
title.
Wiswell, and it was it's a
that's right. That's right. Wiswell did that. Yeah.
Oh, love it so much. The only thing I don't like about it is that every day, Pseudopod just sends out tweets about it, and I'm starting to feel guilty retweeting them, and like I'm like, shut up! Oh my God, be quiet.
And there's also this is great about Trent. Also, this is great about Trent.
Yeah. I feel like there was something else. Thursday's my birthday. There. That's it.
Well, happy birthday!
Bon fête.
Happy pre-birthday by several days.
I was my dad's first Father's Day gift, by the way. Father's Day is tomorrow. Today. So.
Yep. Happy Father's Day officially now on the East Coast to all who are part of that mix and who have a relationship that they'd want to celebrate their fathers. I know that's not the case for everybody,
I do.
For those that do. So, but thank you, Tren, and thank you to the amazing crew for a wonderful session tonight. Chat, good work out of chat as well. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing members of Infinity and Beyond, which is, of course, Tren Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Thank you, players, so much. I'll see you folks around in various places very soon. Bye for now. All right. And that is going to do it for us for tonight. That was a fun session. And yeah, it's never easy to play a character that is obnoxious, and also dangerously obnoxious, right? Not just a malingerer, but a dangerous malingerer, an incompetent malingerer. So it's never easy to do that. But I think it also is part of the mix of what you sometimes run into in these situations, and it adds to the pressure of the King's Citadel, which is, of course, very now, demonstrating themselves to be extremely physically able. But they have other things to consider. They have certain diplomatic responsibilities that have to be considered, or they're going to end themselves up in jail, and then nobody's there to protect Salvation or the people that are around it. You still have the Oracle that's sitting out there. You still have Sky Blue with what's going on with their father sitting out there. There's all these things that are issues that they all have to address, plus their individual stuff. So it's pretty much exactly what you want for a campaign which is just about at its midway point, and which is leading us eventually all the way to level 20. So it was a lot of fun to watch this tonight, watch the players do what they do, and I want to thank chat for being awesome, and for being a part of it, and for just continuing to bring the great fun that you always do, and the great part of the storytelling that you were all mixture of. So good job, chat, is what I'm basically saying about that. We will be back with this campaign next month. I do want to let everyone know that tomorrow night we will have some more content on here. Tomorrow night will be a special session of Speculate with the Strange Friends. So you're going to get a chance to actually see them. And in fact, I have a title which is going to be put up as part of this stream title. Let me find the title because I thought it was a good one. The title is, hang on a second. Just a moment. So it is, no, that's not it. Wait a second. I know it's here someplace. Yes. The Strange Friends Playing in This World. So that's going to be happening tomorrow. The Strange Friends Playing in This World. So I'll be changing that stream title tonight after I am done with the stream. And after I've had a piece of the strawberry pie, which is waiting for me and which I deserve as a dad. Okay, it's Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to me with my strawberry pie slice that I'm going to go get in just a minute. We are, however, I think going to do a raid today because we had a decent turnout tonight, which is wonderful. The more that we can, thank you, Wayman, the more that we can have, the more that we can spread the word about this stuff, the better. Let's see. Okay, I know exactly who I'm going to raid. So the way we do raids here are very simple. If you are not a sub, you can do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, Arvany Hype, and then the Arvanauts Have Landed, Twitch raid, and then Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys. And by the way, I announced this before, but I'm going to announce it again. I have had a discussion with our amazing emote artist, who is a minor, insignificant person you might have heard heard of, called Tari Tunes, who does all of our Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration streams and is also, of course, a member in good standing playing Granny Lavender Hope Singer on the Shire Adventures show. But Tari is an amazing artist and has done all of our Fifi, our bird emotes, and is going to be doing more of them. We are going to get a bunch more because we have not only follower emotes, but we have another 3 tier 1 emote slots open and available. So we're going to be getting a whole set of new ones that I'm going to be rolling out just for being a follower on the stream and just for being at least a tier 1 supporter. So as we get more emote slots, we will open them up and we're going to add these things in. So you're going to have even more emotes to use coming up down the line. So very exciting news. Yeah, exactly. Who is this Tare Toon? Who is this person? So that's going to be awesome when that happens. But in the meantime, again, make sure to do that raid when you go over there. That would be very much appreciated. If you like what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. Check our YouTube. See, there's all the ones from Triffid, but there's going to be even more. It's going to be great. If you haven't already done so, follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvaneleron.com, financially !ArvShop for the merchandise area. If you want this cool shirt with this background on it, see, the best idea we've ever had, it says right down there, right like that. If you want to be able to see that, that Oracle of War, the best idea we've ever had. If you want one of these awesome shirts, you can get them in long sleeve, short sleeve, any of those things. If you want that, you know where to go. !Arv Shop. You can get them in lots of different colors. You can get mugs and pillows and stuff too. And it looks nice. It really does look nice. So I am very happy that we have that shop working, and more is on the way. The other thing Tari is doing is she's going to be finishing up with a Shire Adventures group shot, and that then is going to be put on a shirt as well and will be added. And we are also waiting Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks also. So we're going to have more stuff over here, and I'm super excited about all of that because, again, it just is, I feel like the channel is going through a little bit of a good refresh at the moment, and that's good for the next, who knows, decade, however long we keep going on this mad adventure we call streaming and writing. So that's going to be happening. So definitely support us on the shop. The Patreon is !ArvTreon sitting right there. That also is something which is going to be which we're really hoping to build up and develop. Again, cool stuff for us and the channel. Once we get over that $200 number, we can head back up towards getting another Arvanot Idol, another Talisman tournament, a whole bunch of stuff. So please consider supporting us over there. If you haven't done so already as well, we've got that. We've got the Patreon. If you haven't already done so, please consider subscribing or resubscribing to the channel. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and inspirations to help our players. You can get that from the Patreon as well. And it looks like the players will need inspirations once we get this siege going on. I think you can expect to see that. Next session may be a lot of prep, and then the session after that may be the epic conclusion with the actual final battle, the siege of the final battle of the Lord Bucket adventure anyway, but we will see how that all goes. So we may need those inspirations, but again, custom sub badges and emotes you can get from subbing and resubbing as well. Publishing wise, Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and of course, Greyshade, which is my IBPA Benjamin Franklin Silver Medal Award-winning dark fantasy, which came out last year. The sequel to it, Renegade, is going to be coming out next year. If you haven't done so, please do leave reviews of Greyshade on Amazon. I know a few more of you have done that. We're really trying to build those numbers up because it really helps our algorithm and sets us up beautifully for Renegade, which, as I say, is coming out next month. I think I may have a local reading set up for Renegade. We also have other things that we're going to be doing. I obviously will be doing a reveal, some kind of a stream about this as well before I head off to Gen Con, so it's going to be great. Hey, Shadowed. So that's going to be happening as well. You can pre-order Renegade coming out next month, and pre-order Heretic coming out next year, and pre-order the tabletop role-playing game from Brandon O'Brien that we were talking about today. That comes out late this year, and of course the audiobook from Trent Sparks is already out, so you can get that for Greyshade as well, plus the Greyshade novel at that link with !Greyshade. Last but certainly not least, !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help now. The World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. This is our way to stand up not only for them, but for others in the future who may deal with this situation as well. Please stick around and go do the raid before you head off to bed or wherever you go. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragonspear, Drew, Shadow Mage, Rising Tides, Triffany Mats. I know Arudinel was here earlier, so thank you for that. Thank you so much to all my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon Drew, Shadowed, Rising Tides. Thank you to Triffany Mats, to Critchwitch, Red Lear, Trendane, and Waymond Wolf. Thank you so much to my regular viewers. Thank you to Closed Open. Thank you to Dark Sinner. Thank you to Feels Good. Thank you to Lisa Bay, Jagtris, James, Lady Arian, Marie Bilodeau, Nerf Entropy. Definitely don't be a stranger. Stop back again if you can, Nerf. Thank you to Nonstop, Radio Johnny Panda, and Samskio. And special thanks today, of course, to my wonderful players. Thank you so much to Tren, to Marie, to Brandon, to Jen, and to John for being awesome and amazing. Stick around for the raid, folks. Much love. And don't forget, tomorrow night, Speculate with a special Strange Friends show. Then we'll be off Monday. Tuesday is Jedi Survivor, and then Talisman Adventures over on the GOG Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels. And then Friday night will be my last stream before heading to Seattle, and that will be some Valorword with Mike Underwood as GM. And then again, the following week, a couple of weeks, I'll be doing stuff remotely, but we'll talk more about that when we get there. That's it for me. Much love. Stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely folks soon. Until then, be good to each other. Bye for now. Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Irulan Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, All they have is each other and the king's citadel. Long live the king. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to salvation.